being here, when one day horses charged into town with my father's crest. I ran home and tried to get into the basement, but Arthur blocked the door. I'm so sorry, Lily. Sorry for what? Open the door. That was when my father marched right into the house and caught me. His men put me into his carriage and he thanked Arthur publicly.
You must be rewarded for helping me find my daughter. From now on, you work for me, son. I will take care of your education and your family. Pack up your things and follow us. Thank you, Chief.
I was in shock. Arthur had betrayed me. My father yelled at me the whole way home, but I couldn't hear a word he said. I was too busy punching Arthur in my head. Father locked me in my room and put guards to watch me. And the most annoying part? He asked Arthur to be my servant. I was so furious with him that I wasn't going to touch anything he brought me. I sat in my room hungry and thirsty for hours.
You're being childish. You have to eat.
No!
I'm sorry I betrayed you, but my family was struggling every day outside. Your father offered a huge reward. I couldn't turn it down.
The gold you took wasn't enough? Just go away. Because of him, my father was about to marry me off to some weirdo, like the richest boy in my town, who showed up with his creepy smiles.
You're the future chiefess, right? You're even more beautiful than they said. I can't wait to win your hand.
He gave me a flower and he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. Arthur pushed him away.
Who kisses a lady like that? The guy who's going to marry her.
No way was I going to marry this idiot. But my father actually agreed to his offer. He didn't even care when I said no.
He has enough castles to amuse you your whole life, Lily. You'll love it.
The day of my wedding was fixed, and I knew I had to run away somehow, but the days kept passing and I could never get around the guards. There was no way out, and suddenly my wedding day was here. An hour before the ceremony, Arthur ran into my chambers.
You look incredible.
What do you want? I'm freaking out.
You want to run away, right? I can help you.
I will never trust you.
I have a plan. No one will see us. Come on.
I had no other option. Arthur pulled a rope and we used it to climb down the walls. The town was empty. Everyone was in church for my wedding. We ran out of there at full speed. Arthur's family was waiting in his carriage too, and they hugged me tight as we rode off into the sunset. Why did you do this, Arthur? You just lost everything you got from my father.
I felt too guilty for ruining your life. I can't live with that. I'd rather go back to selling milk.
He likes you.
Shut up.
Arthur rode to a friend's place 2 towns over. I'd hidden there for just 2 days when I started hearing the weirdest news about home. People were saying that a sickness was spreading through my town. Many were ill and some were even dying. Arthur thought this was my father's trick to get me to come back, but I couldn't just ignore this. We found some horses and raced back to my town. My worst fears came true when I got there. Our only lake was covered in algae. The water was toxic, all the fish were dead, and anyone who drank the water became severely ill. Father, I'm here.
Lily, you're all right. I thought I'd never see you again.
I saw the lake. We have to leave this town. It's not safe here anymore.
No, we built this place with our own 2 hands. We can't just leave. We have to fix this.
There was no way to fix this. I had to do something. I ran out of the castle and began to rouse the whole town to get out of their houses. All the guards were sick, and there was no one to stop me. We have to leave. You all know it. This place has kept us safe for generations, but we won't last 3 days without water. I'm going to a nearby town, and anyone who wants to live can come with me.
Lily, we can't do this.
Yes, we can. You wanted me to be the chiefess, right? Don't stop me from doing my duty. One by one, the villagers packed up their things and followed me. We all marched to Arthur's old town, and the people there were ready to help our weary and sick. Even though my father resisted, seeing his villagers healing melted his heart. He agreed to merge with this town, and we shifted our gold and our possessions over the next few months. It was the start of a new beginning for our people. Everyone was happier to be out of the walls, especially me. A few months after our town shifted, my father knelt before me with apologies.
If not for you, I would have doomed all of our people.
Yes, you would have.
I was a complete fool. We are all lucky that you came for us, Lily. Can you ever forgive me?
Only if you promise to trust me. Let me make my own decisions and my own mistakes, Father. Can you do that?
I promise. I will.
It wasn't an easy promise to keep, but he tried his best. A few years after that move, Arthur and I fell madly in love with each other. I couldn't wait to be with him and his family. But when I broke the news to my father, he reacted poorly.
I can't let you marry a milkman. You're a princess.
Father, remember your promise? You have to trust me. He grumbled and gave Arthur an angry hug.
Hurt my princess and I will end you. Yes, sir.
Aw, you guys are adorable. Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited! I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot. So I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row, the influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Skies' massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now. And this is what we'll be paying you. When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood.
Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Ugh, start it again.
Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes.
Fine, everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out.
Hey, who did this?
Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What?
You thought I wouldn't get back at you?
I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice.
I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more.
As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live.
It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison?
Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all.
Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band.
Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't gonna end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot.
But we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. And before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow,
Chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction.
I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry.
I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you, shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go. How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry? I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough? Wow, fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences, remember, I love you, son. I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider
going out with you? I thought you'd never ask.
Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello?
Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us?
I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子啊！
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God!
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time, he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间。
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera, and these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Haken's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
This dome forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing, and what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electro-element to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electro-element. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Chao Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te.
Xin lỗi, nó ngàn còn đích chỗ chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lồng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia. Sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated.
Me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kavi and I were trying to open a domain, but something went with the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense. And no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess. Boy, bam, bam, eat that monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world. Places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, for a minute, he was completely silent. But suddenly, he burst into tears and kissed my hands. This is food from the heavens, fit for kings. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life. I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft. It wasn't just any ordinary morning. The birds were chirping, the sun was shining. I had turned 16 yesterday, and last night, my first love, Ryan, had finally kissed me. Life was perfect. Well, at least for 5 minutes. Because as soon as I stepped out of my room, Mom rushed to me, crying like a baby. "What's wrong, Mom?" She told me that Aunt Melissa, her best friend, was moving away because her husband got a job transfer. What? Just when we had saved up enough to start our own cafe. As sorry as I was for Mom, I had bigger problems. You see, Aunt Mel was Ryan's mom. I rushed out of the house. I had to see Ryan. He was playing video games when I entered his room, looking completely unbothered. "What's wrong, babe? Why are you crying?" "Because you're going. Please don't." Ryan put down the game and took my hands in his. "I don't really have a choice, babe. But you and I are soulmates. We'll make long distance work." After a few days, Ryan stopped calling or replying to my messages. He said too much screen time wasn't good for either of us. But there he was, uploading pictures on Facebook with a new girl every day. And that's how I had my first heartbreak. Hi, I'm Carrie, and this is the story of how I transformed my life and had boys drooling over me at the same time after my childhood crush left me high and dry. please click on subscribe and I'll continue my story. Thanks. I'd been moping around long enough over Ryan. I decided I needed a change, and Mom agreed to send me to visit my grandmother in Provence, France. I was glad I was going there. Maybe I'd meet some nice guy. I deserved to meet someone great and move on from that jerk Ryan. Wow, Ryan had nothing on the cute French boys here. My heart was about to be healed very soon. The moment I arrived, I could see this group of boys looking at me. One of them walked up to me and said, "Hey, gorgeous, what's it like looking at the man of your dreams?" Okay, this is going to be easier than I thought. It was Grandma's 60th birthday, and I decided to bake her a cake. How hard could it be? I'd seen Mom do it a million times. The whole neighborhood had gathered on her birthday. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. Was it that bad? Finally, she managed to say, "What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life." She hugged me so hard I could hardly breathe, and the whole neighborhood went gaga over the cake. A fight nearly broke out with people trying to get another piece. I spent the rest of the summer baking like my life depended on it, because there was always a crowd of people outside Grandma's house waiting to try my stuff. Grandma's crazy old neighbor would come over every day to have my desserts, while she'd glare at me and grumble, "I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft." The minute I landed back home, I knew what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I convinced Mom to take a loan to make up for Aunt Mel's share and start her dream cafe with me. When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, both of us held our breath as our very first customer took a bite of the chocolate eclair. For a minute, he was completely silent. Oh no. He hated it, but suddenly he burst into tears and kissed my hands. "This is food from the heavens, fit for kings." Turns out he was a famous food critic. After his review, word of our quaint French cafe spread like wildfire. People were lining up to the end of the street to try my desserts. But soon enough, I realized they kept coming back for me too. Boys would hang out around the cafe for hours just to catch a glimpse of me. "How are you so perfect? You've got the face of an angel and the hands of one too." By the end of the month, Time magazine had me and my creations on the front cover with the title Beauty and Her Feast. And Cosmopolitan said that at Sweet 16, I was all the sweetness people needed in their lives. My Instagram followers shot up, and my mailbox was getting flooded with love letters. One day, as I was unloading flour sacks out of the van, I saw a group of school kids come around the corner. Among them was the school heartthrob, Sean. As our eyes met, he smiled at me. I turned away when I saw one of the girls with him glaring at me with crazy jealous eyes. I knew she was his ex. Didn't need any of that drama. 5 seconds later, as they came closer, she accidentally pushed me. "Watch out!" Sean jumped forward to catch the sack, and before we knew it, we were both on the ground, covered in flour from head to toe and looking like ghosts. We glanced at each other and burst out laughing. I told him he could come inside to clean up, and he asked his friends to go on without him. His ex looked like her head was gonna explode. Once he'd cleaned up, I made him some creme brulee. He nearly fell off the chair after the first mouthful. Wow, I could eat this every day for the rest of my life. This is even better than I thought it would be. "You're thinking about my food?" Well, not just about the food. Suddenly he leaned forward, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but he said I'd missed a spot and brushed some flour off my nose. My heartbeat went wild. Just then, Mom came into the kitchen and glared at us as I introduced Sean. Of course she wasn't happy. She'd always wanted me to be with Ryan. By the end of the month, Sean and I started dating, after he showed up at the cafe to serenade me. Ryan was just an old heartbreak now, and so yesterday. Meanwhile, Sean was fun and caring and very much in love with me. Life was pretty much perfect. Little did I know, I had spoken too soon. As soon as I entered school the next day, there was quite a commotion. Apparently a new guy was on the basketball court giving Sean a run for his money. It really was a tough match that ended in a draw. But just then, I caught a glimpse of the new boy, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Ryan! It had been over a year since I'd last heard from him. Why had he come back? Sean saw me and came running over. "He's really good, isn't he? We'll be a much stronger team with him around." Before I could say anything, Ryan jumped to hug me. "Carrie, I missed you!" And instantly I pulled away from him. "I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person." I walked away as fast as I could. I needed time to process this. I took a sick leave and went home early. I went running to Mom's room and stopped in my tracks when I saw Aunt Mel sitting with her. She pulled me in for a hug. Did you see Ryan in school? He wanted to surprise you. Surprise me, he did. I was just telling Aunt Mel how much you missed Ryan. I did not. Aunt Mel acted like she hadn't even heard me. It's a good thing we're back then. Then she said that she and Mom would finally be able to run their dream cafe together. Wait, what? Thanks for helping out when I wasn't around, kiddo. But it's my cafe. It's famous because of me. But I'm sure you have your hands full with school, sweetheart. Don't worry, Aunt Mel is here now. I was so annoyed. Later that day, Sean dropped by to see me. We were sitting on the porch when a car came into my driveway. I didn't need to look twice to see who it was. Ryan walked up to us, completely ignoring Sean. Babe, I've been looking for you everywhere. I felt Sean get tense as he put his arm around me. How do you know each other again? Oh, we go way back. We have a shared past. Yeah, and that's where I'd like to leave you too, in the past. I told Sean I'd call him later and went inside. Ryan immediately followed, the little leech. The minute he saw Mom, though, he practically pushed me aside and went screaming to hug her tight. Oh, you're even handsomer than before, and have you grown taller? Stupid vain boy. He started making crepes along with Mom, and watching him in our kitchen just made me feel angrier. Thinking about me? You wish. I'm not going to forgive you just because you're making me crepes once. Then I'll keep making them till you do. But don't eat too many. We don't want you getting fat. And he finally left. My mom couldn't stop talking about how wonderful it would be if the two of us got together. Mom, I'm with Sean now. Well, yes, but you can break up with him. Both Mel and I would be thrilled. I stormed off to my room. Why did Mom keep forgetting Ryan was a jerk who broke my heart? Come to think of it, Aunt Mel was a bit of a jerk too, and a bossy one at that. She wanted to change everything about the cafe. One day I came home from school to find her painting the beautiful lavender walls an ugly shade of pink. She kept picking faults with the menu, but she still always wanted to know more about my recipes. One afternoon, I came to the cafe and was horrified to see that she had changed the signboard outside. Now her name was on it too. She had even managed to convince Mom to open another bank account. Without me. Another day, I walked into the kitchen to hear her saying to Mom, I saw that you recently had a couple of bad reviews online. That's what happens when you let a child do everything. I hated her poking her nose in my business, but that's not all I had to worry about. One Saturday, when I went to open up the cafe with Mom, we stopped short in horror. All across the window, someone had painted, "Take your stupid desserts and leave our town." Just then, Aunt Mel turned up behind us, staring at the view in shock, and then she burst into tears. Who would do such a horrible thing to me? I bet it's that old witch down the street who keeps complaining our customers are too noisy. While Mom consoled her, I tried not to imagine what it would be like to punch her, and I couldn't help wondering who would do such a thing to my cafe. As if all this wasn't annoying enough, Ryan had begun to constantly hover around me. He started following me around in school, not leaving me alone with Sean for a second. I was sitting with Sean one day and having French fries when he popped up out of nowhere and took away my plate. You shouldn't be eating fried food. Sean, how could you let her? I'm not her dad, and neither are you. Before I could even say anything, he threw the fries in the garbage and put a salad in front of me. And why aren't you wearing sunscreen? Your skin looks spotty. After school, he was always over at the cafe, telling everyone he worked there as a waiter. And later, he'd turn up at my place in the evening, sticking to me like glue while Mom and I were watching TV. One evening when Mom was out, I called Sean over to a romantic dinner for two. Just as he was leaning over the table to kiss me, and I closed my eyes, I felt a hand pushing my face away. My eyes flew open, and I nearly fell back to see it was Ryan. Isn't it kind of gross to kiss without having some breath mints first? Man, are you crazy? Yes, crazy in love. Ryan, I've just had it. Get out. Okay, just let me take my phone from under the table. Sean literally had to stop me from throwing a plate at Ryan as he ran out. I was trying to keep my cool, but he was really crossing a line and then some. One night, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the room. I sat up in bed and let out a loud scream. Who's there? And then I saw a shadow move and a voice called in the darkness. Hello, Carrie. I nearly had a heart attack. Ryan! He was sitting in a chair staring at me like a creep. He had a box in his hands. What are you doing in my room? I came to give you this. I know it's that time of the month for you and you need some extra love. What the? How do you know? Oh, I just installed the same period app that you use and asked your mom about your last date. Now, use the heating pad and herbal tea and don't eat all the chocolates. Mom! She came rushing in and I told her what Ryan was doing, but she didn't see any problem with it. He just really cares about you, honey. A few days later, Ryan was being his nosy self and helping me serve at the cafe. This old woman smiled and turned to me. He will make an excellent husband. Oh, no. We aren't together. Of course we are. She's just shy and slightly angry with me at the moment. To be young and in love. Seems like it was all the encouragement Ryan needed. He put his arm around my shoulder, and before I knew it, he pulled me in for a kiss. Get your paws off me! Sean came in just then, looking furious. He punched Ryan and knocked him to the floor. Everyone stared in shocked silence. Ryan glared at us, brushed himself off, and walked out of the cafe without a word. Ryan wasn't talking to me anymore, and I wasn't complaining. Mom and Aunt Mel were both really cold to me, though, but we all had more troubling stuff to deal with right now. Someone had complained that our kitchens were filthy and had rats running around. The Food Inspection Authority came to check, to find our kitchens spotless, of course. I was furious. Even though these rumors were false, they weren't good for business. A few days later, Sean came to me, literally jumping with excitement. Babe, I've got brilliant news for you. My dad's cousin is a huge rock singer and he's getting married and he wants you to cater. There will be so many famous people there. I was thrilled. This was the biggest order I'd ever gotten, and it could really make or break me. The three of us spent weeks preparing everything. I was almost glad for Aunt Mel right now. We needed all the help we could get. The entire neighborhood was excited about their local bakery catering for a celebrity wedding. On the day of the wedding, we got to the venue and unloaded the tiered cake onto the trolley. Suddenly, a wheel slipped out, the trolley tilted, and the cake went sliding away. Sean flew towards it and somehow managed to save it just before it hit the ground. Aunt Mel shrieked, "Oh dear God, I feel faint. Someone give me my smelling salts." "It's okay, we're okay. I have extra frosting, we can fix it." We carried off the cake to the kitchen, and I fixed up the smudged parts in no time. I let out a sigh of relief as Sean and Ryan carried out the cake to the garden. Just then, I noticed some frosting on my hand, and I licked it. What? Why did it taste so disgusting and salty? I stared at the scene in front of me in horror. The bride and groom were cutting the cake. OMG, I couldn't let anyone eat this. No! I ran towards the table like a maniac, and just when I was close, I tripped over my own shoelaces. I practically flew and landed straight into the cake, and half of it went flying onto the bride's dress. She screamed in fury while the groom hopped around because some had landed in his eye. He stepped over the bride's dress, and we all heard a loud rip. I looked up from the cake, wishing I could just disappear magically. The bride was wailing loudly while everyone stared at me in horror. I don't remember how we made it back to the cafe. We all sat around in stunned silence. I finally spoke up. Only one way to find out who tampered with the cake. I had a secret camera installed here last month, just to keep a check on things. We waited breathlessly around the TV, looking at the footage, and sure enough, we saw 2 people sneak into the kitchen 2 nights ago with a bag of salt. And those 2 people were Ryan and Mel. We looked around to see the 2 sprinting away, but the 3 of us were right behind them and tackled them to the ground. Mom stared at Mel in shock. "I can't believe you would do something like this to your own friend. Were you behind everything else that's been happening too?" Aunt Mel looked like a crazy person. "The cafe was my idea. All this praise and money should be mine, and this idiot child took away everything. Now that your reputation is down the gutter, you'll both get what you deserve." I looked at Ryan, and he just shrugged. If you'd shown me the appreciation I deserved, I might have stopped her. I was absolutely furious now. You! But before I could continue, Sean was already holding him by the collar of his shirt. "If you love your face, leave and don't come back." As the 2 scurried away, we just stood there silently for a moment. Then Mom pulled me in and hugged me tight. "I'm so sorry for trusting her blindly. We will fix this, just you and me." Suddenly, she pulled in Sean as well. "And you too." Turns out the crazy wedding video went viral. And while I thought that would be a really bad thing, it just ended up making our cafe more popular. We had more people coming around than ever. Last I heard of Mel and Ryan, they left town before word of what they'd done spread around. I still always check under the table every time I'm on a date with Sean, though.
Hey everyone, my name is Tiana from France. Please don't forget to like and subscribe because MSA will give $2,000 to one lucky winner in the coming 7 days. The orphanage is the only home I've ever known. And honestly, it's not as bad as most people think, but I always dreamed of having a family, a real one. I had a big heart, but sometimes I'd say mean things without thinking. Once I saw a girl called Frida and said,
You look ugly with this lettuce stuck in your teeth. Open your mouth now so I can take it out.
but she didn't open it. So I grabbed her and made her open her mouth. I just wanted her to look pretty. but she started screaming and everyone was laughing, and the warden came and yelled at me. Since this Frida was small in size, everyone took her side. But then suddenly a girl shouted,
Tiana didn't do anything. Frida is lying.
The warden glared at me and left. The girl came over to me and said,
Hey, my name is Hope. I'm new to the orphanage, and this Frida has already bullied me twice. So let's team up and hate her together. You got it, girl. And you have very big, scary eyes. Cool. I like you.
But my big mouth kept sending us to detention. I even once told my teacher that her hair looked like poop, and Hope defended me. And boom, detention for us both. The happiest one about this was obviously Frida, but she never dared talk to us because we were stronger than her. But one day when we were 10, she crossed a line. It was adoption day and a nice couple came in looking for a really smart girl. The warden picked me, and while we were still having the interview, Frida burst in.
Help me! I had lettuce stuck between my teeth again, and Tiana pulled my tooth this time. Look, I lost a tooth because of her. Please, do something. I can't take it anymore. God knows what else I'm gonna lose. I don't want to die here. I have dreams.
She threw herself on the floor and started to cry like a lunatic.
Why? You think because you're smarter than all of us, you're better?
Okay, Frida had been annoying for years, but this was the height of it. The nice couple was becoming uncomfortable and I had to make Frida leave. I moved closer and took her hand to lead her out, but instantly she fell to the ground and started yelling.
She pushed me.
Okay, that was it. I pushed her hard for real this time, and poof, the couple ran out.
Why would you do this, you witch? If you think you're gonna get adopted before me, think again.
I was so upset. Frida ruined my chance of having a family, and I wouldn't forgive her. One day, Hope and I were playing in our room when we got called to the warden's office. When we got there, we saw this glamorous couple and Frida. The woman was so nice and hugged all of us, but the man just kept staring at his phone. They wanted to adopt 2 of the prettiest girls, and the warden brought us. 2 girls? That meant Hope and I would get to be sisters forever. But the craziest thing happened. You all seem lovely, but I'm going to adopt Tiana and Frida.
What?
This couldn't be happening.
What? Her?
But
But what, dear sister? Aren't you excited?
is something wrong, honey?
I don't want...
But Hope spoke up instead. She is fine, ma'am. Super excited. We stepped out of the room and Hope couldn't contain her joy. You finally got a family. I'm so happy for you. I can't leave you. Everything is gonna be different now. You have a family. Don't let Frida ruin your dreams again. Hope was right. So I said yes. On the day we left the orphanage, Hope and I cried till we ran out of tears. I would miss her so much. My new mom's name was Wendy. Their house looked like it belonged in fairy tales. It turned out that she was a big-time actress and her husband was a director. I was fascinated by the house and soon began to study it. Mom was happy to show me around the house, and I was excited. Frida, however, had different interests. She loved Mom's clothes and would spend hours raiding Mom's wardrobe. I always wanted a daughter to pass on my wardrobe to. Come on, Tiana. Try some clothes on too. I don't want to. Soon Mom and Frida started having mom and daughter photo shoots without me. One time they were on the cover of a big magazine. I couldn't feel too bad about it, but I still felt left out. So sometimes I made efforts to join them. One time we were having dinner with some celebrities in our home, and as always, Frida knew what to say to please everyone.
Oh my, your hair is so gorgeous and your makeup is divine.
Oh, Wendy, this one is just like you. Smart and beautiful. Thank you. Tiana, darling, do you like the food? Yeah, it tastes nice, but it's ugly and it looks like horse poop. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Mom laughed and tried to distract the guests, but I knew I'd said something wrong. One person even stopped eating the food. Oh, God. After that day, Mom hardly invited me to come out with them. Not that I blamed her, but Frida couldn't hide her joy at being the favorite. My new dad was never home, and when he was always locked up in his study. One day I was watching TV when I heard a loud argument from Mom's room. You don't even try to get to know them. They are your kids.
I never wanted them. This was all your idea, and I'm supposed to love these kids I just met? They're annoying, and I can't deal with this.
Not long after that, a huge moving truck came to take his things away. He had left us. Mom was sad for some time, but she had me and Frida and soon returned to her cheerful self. Soon we joined school, and one day when Mom was away, Frida threw a party. I think this party is a bad idea. Not as bad as the idea Mom had when she adopted you. I spit at her and left. Our house was packed full and everything was so loud. I stayed in my room, and while I was reading a magazine, someone barged in.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Hey, is that magazine about houses and construction? My dad has a lot of them and I read them all the time. Is this the one about the skyscrapers?
Yeah, it is. His name was Tom. We had so much in common and ended up talking all night. A while later, someone kicked down the door. See, Mom? I told you. Tiana planned this dumb party just so she could spend time with her boyfriend. Boyfriend? That's not true. And why would I throw a party? I don't have friends. Then who is he and why is he in your room? We should be asking you. This is your party. Mom, look at her ugly, revealing clothes. These are the clothes of wannabe bimbos throwing parties and smoking all night. Ugh, how I wish I could burn all your clothes. You disgust me. Stop it. I'm so disappointed in you, bringing strange people in my house. And you, Mr. Boyfriend, get out and never come back. Told you, Mom. You shouldn't have adopted her. You're a successful actress. You need a pretty, delicate daughter like me. For your image, Mommy. And to my shock, Mom said nothing to that. She just left. Frida had become a full-blown villain. She was always setting me up, and no matter how hard I tried, Mom always believed her because next to me, Frida looked like an ant and I was a giant. But Mom always forgave me in the end, and it drove Frida mad. And soon, she snapped. One day, I was watching TV with Mom when we heard Frida scream. We ran to her room and found her on the floor crying. It's all ruined. All of it. Next to her was a pile of clothes that had been cut up and stained with mud. I've done everything to make Tiana love me, but look what she did to my clothes. She said she'd ruin them the other day, Mom. You heard her. Yeah, but I'd have burnt them, not cut them and thrown mud at them. Ain't nobody got time for that, except you. Immediately, Frida pounced on me and we got into a catfight, till Mom stepped in and separated us. Okay, I am tired of all of this. If you both cannot live in this house in peace, then we need to change this up. I think you both need a break from each other. The next day when I got back from school, Mom had moved my things to a room all the way across the hall. I was happy to be away from Frida, but it meant I was far from Mom too. My fights with Frida stopped, but then bigger fights started between her and Mom. One day we were having dinner when Mom said, Tiana, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test score was amazing. So proud of you, honey. Thanks, Mom. And Frida, what about yours? Oh, I didn't write that. I figured that since I'm just gonna be an actress, I don't need it. You're going to be a what? Just get one of your friends to cast me. It should be a movie that shows how pretty I am. No, I'm not doing that. I don't want that life for you. You will go to college, and when you are older, you can make better decisions. What? You don't get to tell me what to do. I will be an actress. Actually, I can tell you what to do. I am your mom. You adopted me just so you could be the boss of me? Frida, shut up. Mom is trying to help you. You shut up. My life would have been better if I didn't end up with a dumb sister and a failed actress as a mom. Before she could blink, I gave her a hard slap. How dare you? If it wasn't for Mom, I'm sure you would have ended up working as a waitress for the rest of your life, you ungrateful brat. Apologize now. I was ready to fight her, but instead, she moved to the mantel and threw down all our pictures. I hate you both. And after that, Frida got worse. She skipped school and was like a tiger ready to attack if anyone talked about it. She failed our last year in high school and wasn't gonna graduate with me. What is wrong with you, Frida? I told you, I don't want to go to school anymore. Well, this is my house, and if you're under my roof, you will do as I say. Well, I guess I'll just leave your house then. Frida, stop it. But the next day, she was gone. We looked everywhere, but she just seemed to have disappeared. A few days before my graduation, I walked in on Mom crying in the living room. What's wrong, Mom? I'm a terrible mom. I think Frida was right. Your lives would have been so much better if I'd never adopted you. Oh no, don't say that. You're the best thing that happened to me. I'm sure of it. Funny how things work out, isn't it? I always favored Frida because she seemed more like me, and I found it easier to bond with her. I didn't make the effort to understand you better, and you've been nothing but amazing. I'm really sorry if I made you feel ignored. I should have tried harder. I did feel overlooked at times, and I wished we had a better bond, but I still love you, Mom. Well, let me start fixing things. Let's go get you a graduation dress. Whatever you want. On graduation day, Mom's smile was the widest in the room. I went off to college soon after and graduated top of my class to become an architect. One day after work, I stepped out of the office and noticed it was raining cats and dogs, and I had no umbrella. Just then, a man with the most beautiful smile walked up to me.
Hey, do you need this?
As he got closer, I realized I knew him. Tom?
Oh my god, it's you. The girl with the magazines. I'm really happy to see you again.
We went on a date the next day, and it wasn't long before we were in love. A year later, we got married and moved to another city, and soon I was pregnant. One night, Tom and I were sleeping when we heard a loud crash downstairs. Tom immediately ran down holding a baseball bat, with me right behind him.
Who is that? Show yourself.
Wait, Frida? Tiana, yes, it's me. I'm not feeling well. And she fell with a loud crash. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. Throughout the ride, I couldn't help thinking how weak she looked. At the hospital, the doctor told us she had fainted because she hadn't eaten in days and needed rest. Where am I? You're in the hospital, but you're gonna be okay. I'm right here. I'm sorry about last night, but I didn't know where else to go. Oh, Tiana, I've really messed up. I understand why Mom didn't want me to go into acting. It's really hard, but I was foolish and ungrateful, and now I'm jobless and alone. And believe me, I've really missed you and Mom. I'm so sorry. Will you give me a second chance, please? Will you beg Mom to forgive me? She must hate me so much. It's okay. Well, you're really messed up, but everything will be fine now. Of course I forgive you, and Mom could never hate you. I'm sure she'll be really happy to see you. How is Mom? She's fine. Ouch! Ugh, I think I'm having my baby now. Oh my god, really? I'm gonna be here the whole time, Tiana? Yeah, and call Mom. Hi, my name is Leah, and everyone says I do crazy things without thinking them through. My parents thought it was just a childhood thing and that I'd grow out of it, but things actually got crazier and almost cost me my life. Once when I was 5 years old, I woke up startled in the middle of the night. I definitely heard some noise downstairs. I jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to find a robber in the study. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a big frying pan, and sneaked up on the robber. The minute he turned around, I hit him smack in the face and he dropped to the floor. Seconds later, my parents came running at the noise and called the police. I thought they'd praise me for being a hero, but instead, they lost it with me.
Why did you even go down alone? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What were you thinking, Leah?
To be honest, I wasn't thinking. My brain just told me to do it, so I did it. See? Crazy enough? Not only that, I also feel rather ugly. I wasn't as pretty as my older sister Amy, who mocked me for being a gingerhead all the time. So one day in the 2nd grade, I decided to do something to look pretty like my sister. I slapped some pink wall paint onto my hair and sprinkled glitter on it. I thought I looked uber cool, but the principal didn't seem to agree, and I got grounded for the 700th time at home. I tried my best to feel bad, but just then, I spotted the cutest cat limping on the street. Oh no, what if a car hit her? Without another thought, I was out the window. Just as I'd picked up the poor kitty, I stared in horror at a bus racing down the road straight towards me. It sharply swerved and crashed into a tree on the side. Just then, a car drove straight into the bus, and before I knew it, there was a 10-car pileup. Suddenly, someone grabbed my hand and yelled, "Run!" We both dashed away and hid behind some bushes. When I caught my breath, I saw a ginger-haired boy my age smiling at me. "Wow, you saved that cat's life. You're a hero. Also, your hair is really cool." And that's the day this boy River became my best friend. He moved into the neighborhood recently and we became inseparable. Amy was one of the popular girls in school, and she and her friends were always bullying me and River. She wasn't that smart, so she often made me do her homework. One time in the 8th grade, I said I was too busy, and the next day she stole my cat. As River and I marched furiously up to her, we found her making fun of poor Lulu with her minions. "Look, Lulu, Mommy and Daddy are here. Why don't you two get married already and have 100 more ginger cats? It would definitely be an ugly family of losers."
Oh yeah? Maybe we will. And we won't be inviting you to the wedding.
Ew, River, we're not getting married, ever. Now give me back my cat, Amy. I'll do your stupid homework. And she did, and I did, but I did it all wrong. When we moved to the 9th grade, another drama was added to my life. We got a literature teacher who was an absolute terror. She always brought along a long, thin stick and hid it on our desks randomly. And one fateful day, she turned her wrath to me. "You, open your book to page 4, read the first sentence, and tell me what you think." Anna opened her lunchbox and ate her chicken nuggets. That means some girl Anna opened her lunchbox and ate some chicken nuggets? I have 2 words for you. Nah-ah. The lunchbox represents the working class, chicken represents weakness, and a nugget means small. So it means Anna is a small, poor coward. Buy a brain, please. What? When the lunch bell finally rang, we all got up to run out, but the teacher smacked her stick on her desk and screamed, "I am the bell, and no one leaves until I say so." Suddenly, I snapped, and without thinking, I snatched her stick. Everyone gasped and held their breath. And then I broke the stick in 2 over my knee. No one messes with a hungry girl. Of course, I was sent to the principal right away and given detention for a month. But when I went back to class, I got a hero's welcome. All hail Leah, the new school queen. River picked me up and twirled me around. Then he looked into my eyes and said,
"Leah, you're amazing. You've always been the coolest girl I've ever known."
And with that, he suddenly kissed me. My head was spinning with shock as everyone around us cheered. What just happened? I didn't have the heart to reject him in front of everyone, so I just kissed him back and smiled. Gosh, I never knew he liked me. That night, he left me a box of chocolates and flowers outside my window with a note. "I'm so glad you feel the same way. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. This was a nightmare." By the next day, word had spread, and I was suddenly experiencing something new to me: popularity. I had people high-fiving me in the corridors, and boys were smiling at me. But there was one boy in particular who sent my heart fluttering. No, not River, Dylan. He was the captain of the baseball team, and I could see Amy turning all shades of green as he joined me at my lunch table.
"Hey, I heard what you did, and that was really cool. I was wondering, would you like to go to the spring dance with me?"
Would I? Without thinking twice, I said yes. As he walked away, I spotted River, and my heart suddenly sank. OMG, how was I going to tell him I had a date with someone else? Just as I was leaving the cafeteria, Amy suddenly shoved me, a little too hard this time. I wasn't able to stop myself from falling and landing on the ground, hitting my head, and I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself in a hospital bed.
"Hello, Leah. You fell down and hit your head. Tell me if you remember what happened before that."
I remembered everything, that which Amy was going to pay. And oh God, I still had to break my best friend's heart. But then, the world's best idea hit me. It was like the universe had sent me an opportunity, and I was going to take it. Without another thought, I said, "I don't remember anything." After asking me more questions, the doctor diagnosed me with anterograde amnesia. I pretended I couldn't remember anything, except my early childhood. River was devastated that I didn't remember him. He kept visiting me and trying to jog my memory.
"Don't you remember the first time we met? You saved the cat and named her Lulu."
I named her Lulu? That's an incredibly stupid name. River, I'm sorry, but I just don't remember you.
"It's okay. I'll keep waiting till you do."
No, I won't remember you. I don't think so. Ow! My head hurts. I went to the spring dance with Dylan and had the most amazing evening with him. When he dropped me home, I could see Amy spying on us from her window. On impulse, I pulled Dylan close and kissed him. He kissed me back. And honestly, this kiss felt just right. Also, it made Amy super mad, so life was kinda perfect. Except that it wasn't perfect. You see, it broke my heart to see River look so sad whenever I saw him, and I really missed my best friend. I didn't know how to fix this mess I'd made, but that situation took care of itself soon enough. One evening, when I was getting ready for a date with Dylan, Amy suddenly barged into my room and slapped pink paint onto my head. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you liked pink paint on your hair." "I was 8 years old, you psycho!" Just then, I turned around to see River standing in the door. "So you do remember that day." Amy was right. "You remember everything. Why would you lie, Leah?" The act was up, and I broke down. "Because I don't love you the way you love me, River. You're my best friend, and I couldn't bear to break your heart." River just stared at me in shock, then turned away abruptly and left. He completely ignored me at school and wouldn't respond to any texts, and I felt like I'd lost my best friend forever. But a few weeks later, he came to my house and said he forgave me. "I can't be mad at you for not feeling the same way, and I respect your wishes. So, can we just start over and be friends?" And I gave him the world's tightest bear hug in return. We remained best friends through high school, and even though we parted ways for university, we always stayed in touch. He found an amazing girlfriend, and I was so happy for him. I dated Dylan all through university and graduated with honors. So, studying engineering was the worst decision of my life. Joking, not joking. And the best thing that happened to me in this college is that I'm about to leave it. I would also like to thank YouTube and Google for helping me throughout my studies. And also, of course, my wonderful boyfriend Dylan, who God knows what he's doing right now, but he's coming to me, and now he's on his knees. Wait, what? To my shock, Dylan was holding a ring. "Will you marry me, crazy girl?" Of course, I said yes. And a month later at our wedding, River was my best man. A year later, I was blessed with a beautiful baby girl, Lisa. When it was time to go back to work after my maternity leave, I couldn't bear to leave her behind. So without another thought, I just sent in my resignation letter and quit. Dylan asked me if I was sure about my decision, and I said, "Of course, I'm totally ready to be a stay-at-home mom and cuddle with this patootie all day." But it turns out, being with a baby all the time can get really exhausting and sometimes just boring. One day when Lisa was 2, I was busy writing on my laptop when I looked up to see her eating my popsicle. How had she found my secret stash in the freezer? I jumped up and grabbed it from her. "That's mine." But when I saw her little baby lips quiver and her eyes well up, I sighed. "Fine, you can have it." Watching her turn instantly happy made me really happy. And I thought to myself, wow, this motherhood business really changes you. But I didn't realize how much I'd changed until a year later when Lisa fell really ill. After running all sorts of tests, it turned out that she needed a kidney transplant. And I was a perfect match. And I didn't even have to think about it for a second. Maybe you should try to find another donor first. Life with one kidney can be difficult sometimes. No one can be a better match for her than me. And I don't even have to think about this twice. We both underwent the surgery, and even though it took me a lot of time to recover, I never regretted my decision when I saw my happy, healthy baby playing around. Being a mother has taught me to put someone else above me, and making sacrifices without giving it much thought. Hi, I'm Chloe from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. I was born to an activist mom who was so crazy about saving the world that she gave birth to me in the jungle while protesting against the cutting of trees. This craziness was the reason Dad divorced her a long time back, but I had to live with it. Wake up, Chloe. We have to save the dolphins. Let's go, Chloe. The old beggar near the church needs our help. If she could, she'd probably help ants move their food. But that wasn't all. She was so careful about the environment that we lived in a tiny house and grew our own veggies and never used a vehicle to drive around. Even though she was kind of weird, she was a good mom. She was always there for my school functions, baked cookies for my friends, and never forgot my birthdays. Honey, I made you this cake.
Oh, Mom, I love you.
But just as I was about to cut the cake, she whistled and a bunch of kids came storming into the house. These are some kids from the homeless shelter. You can share your cake with them, right, honey? Well, I didn't want to, but I had no option, so I forced a smile. But the next morning, something bizarre happened. My favorite doll, Sally, was gone.
Mom, I can't find Sally anywhere. I think one of those kids took it.
Oh, no, dear. I gave it to them.
You what?
Some kids never get to play with dolls, honey. You must learn to be charitable. Yeah, but not my doll. I was so mad at her. And it just got worse with time. If anyone came asking for help, she gave my clothes and things away without even asking, leaving me with nothing but damaged goods. I knew kids made comments on my appearance in school, and I was tired of it. I started using my allowance to buy clothes and shoes from the thrift store, and I was very creative with changing their designs. Soon enough, everyone was noticing my clothes and coming to me for fashion tips. And the best thing happened in the 8th grade when I got an opportunity to compete in a fashion festival in New York. But when I asked Mom, she outright refused. You're not going anywhere, Chloe. Those airplanes are bad for the environment. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Mom. Enough. I don't have that kind of money anyway. This discussion is over. She was so unreasonable. The next morning, I was still mad at her. So I stormed out of the house, but I was shocked to see tons of reporters gathered outside. Suddenly, a woman pushed me aside and went straight to Mom.
Is it true that you've decided to donate the $1 million you won in the lottery to a children's organization in Africa?
Mom turned and went inside without answering, while I stood there in shock. She did what now? Is this true, Mom? You won $1 million lottery and you're giving it all away? Chloe, think of how many lives I can change. Those kids need it. And what about me, Mom? You said you didn't have money for my New York trip, and you were gonna give everything away without even telling me? I was gonna tell you. I was even gonna take you along. On a plane? Or are you walking to Africa? Gosh, you're really something. I'm not going with you anywhere. You care for every kid in the world except your own. I hate you. But soon after, she dropped another bombshell on me. She was leaving the next day for Africa, and I'd have to stay with my dad till she returned. Mom and Dad hated each other, so I'd never gotten to know him. And now I had to live with him? This was insane. But when I reached his gigantic mansion in California, I couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Our house was a matchbox compared to this. Dad gave me an awkward hug and welcomed me into his home.
I'm running really late for a meeting, but I'll see you at dinner, okay?
And he just rushed off in a car. That wasn't weird at all. Soon after he left, a girl my age walked over to me and introduced herself as Jenny, my stepsister. Dad told me you were coming, and I'm sure we're gonna have a great time together. Come with me. Jenny led me to a huge room and opened a giant wardrobe for me. What do you think? I picked out all your clothes myself. Are you kidding? I love them. You're amazing. I know. I'm the coolest girl in our school, and no stepsister is gonna ruin my reputation by looking shabby. That was kinda mean, but I forgot about it as she showed me around the house. And later we binged on ice cream and talked about fashion and guys. She seemed all right. A week later, I joined school and Jenny introduced me to her friends. They seemed cool, and I was enjoying being part of their girl gang. But one day I was in the library when I got a text from Jenny to come immediately to the schoolyard. When I got there, I saw some kids protesting with banners. And then I spotted Jenny and her friends on the side. And suddenly they started throwing eggs and tomatoes at the protesters. What are you doing? Having some fun with these losers. Join us. No, just stop this. But they didn't listen to me. And when Jenny saw some teachers coming, she ran away with her minions. Such a witch. Later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when a boy joined me, and I recognized him as one of the protesters.
Hey, I saw you trying to stop those girls earlier today. Thanks for taking our side.
He introduced himself as Ben, and I found out why they were protesting. Apparently, my dad was one of the biggest school donors, and he had asked the school to convert the backyard into a space for Jenny's fashion club. The kids were protesting to save all the trees and plants there. Lots of squirrels and birds live in those trees. Plus, it's a space for everyone to enjoy, and it's not fair to take it away. But just then, someone pulled me by my arm. "Get away from my stepsister, you creep."
Wait, you two are related?
Don't you believe anything he says, Chloe. He's a liar. What's your problem, Jenny? My problem? Are you kidding me? I'm doing you a favor here by saving you from this low-class jerk. That's enough. You and your friends were the jerks today, and I'll decide who I want to hang out with, and it's definitely not you. You'll regret this, sissy. As she stormed off, I turned to Ben. Sorry about that. I didn't know she was so awful.
Oh, I've known Jenny all my life, and she's crazy.
And then he told me something shocking. Dad had adopted Jenny a few years back, and before that, she and Ben lived in the same foster home.
She was always an insecure bully. If anyone else came close to being adopted, she'd mess things up for them by lying to the parents. We were so glad when she finally left with your dad. But now, I'm back in school with her.
I had no idea she was adopted. It's not like Dad told me anything. After that day, Ben and I started hanging out together and became really good friends. And I could see Jenny hating every bit of it. Why can't you stay away from that poor beggar? After everything I did for you, all the clothes I bought, I never asked for it. And why should I care if he's poor? He's a good person, unlike you. You may have changed your looks with money, but from what I hear, your heart and personality are just as awful as always. You witch! How dare you speak to me like that? Just you wait and watch out. Suddenly, she dropped to the floor and started screaming. Save me! My stepsister just kicked me in the stomach. Just then, one of her minions came up with the principal, and he called Dad, complaining about me.
Didn't your mom teach you any manners, Chloe? Why would you hit your sister like a savage person and then lie about it too?
She's the one who's lying. And don't talk about my mom like that. Unlike you, she's always been there for me, while you haven't even had the time to have a meal with me since I came. I stormed off to my room, and I really missed Mom just then. A few days later, I invited Ben over to study for the exams together, but we just ended up talking about all sorts of stuff, including Mom. She may be a little too much, but her heart's in the right place, you know?
I think you're more like her than you realize, Chloe. You stand up for what's right, and I really like that about you.
Suddenly, he moved in closer to kiss me, and I closed my eyes. But just then, a really loud sound almost made me fall off my chair. What the heck? Ben and I ran downstairs and saw Jenny having a party with music on at full volume. I went ahead and pulled the plug. Who stopped the music? I did. Are you nuts playing music so loud at this hour? Someone's gonna call the cops. I already gave them a tip to ignore any complaints, so shut up and leave. I felt like ripping her hair out, but Ben pulled me away. As I was leaving, I heard Jenny say to her girlfriend, "Ignore her, guys. Her mom's a total lunatic. That's why she's a little, crazy." That was it. I pushed her into the pool, and she looked super mad. The next morning, Dad called me, and I knew I'd get scolded because Jenny must have fed him lies. But to my surprise, he hugged me tight.
Oh, you must be so worried about your mom, Chloe. It's gonna be okay, I promise.
Why are you hugging her, Dad? You're supposed to scold her and ground her.
Jenny, now is not the time for your tantrums.
Dad, what's going on? Why would I be worried about Mom? Dad switched on the TV and I saw something awful. A group of volunteers in Africa had gone missing, and Mom was one of them. Suddenly, I felt my heart sink. I just ran back to my room. I stayed there for the next 2 days, crying and looking through the news every now and then. But then, Ben forced me to come back to school.
I know you're worried about your mom, Chloe, but she'd want you to be brave and not lose hope. She'll come back. I just know it.
He pulled me close and I felt so much better. He was right. I had to get myself together and do good things, just like Mom. I convinced Dad to take back his request for converting the backyard into a space only for the fashion club. I had other ideas for that space, and he agreed to donate money for it. I talked to the members of the fashion club and suggested that we redecorate the school backyard and turn it into an open-air showplace. They seemed to like my ideas, and when it was finally done, everyone was stunned.
OMG, this is amazing. It's like a place for everyone.
Everyone was happy and praised me for my idea, except for Jenny. What rubbish is this? And how could you guys go behind my back and support this good-for-nothing loser? Did she use her mom's sub story to get your sympathy? I was about to tell her to shut up, but all the kids spoke in my favor instead. Chloe came up with the best idea to utilize the space without destroying the trees.
And it's time you stop being a mean witch, Jenny. It's getting really old now.
Everyone seemed angry at Jenny, and I expected her to throw a tantrum. But surprisingly, she turned around and ran away. Something was definitely up, so I followed her and found her weeping in the bathroom. Jenny, are you okay? No, I'm not. Ever since you came, everything's gone wrong. You became close with the kids at school in no time, and even Dad's been favoring you lately and ignoring me. I just hate that everyone loves you and thinks I'm the bad guy. Well, she was, but maybe it wasn't the right time to bring it up. You have it all wrong, Jenny. Everyone likes me because I'm nice to them. And Dad hasn't made any effort to get to know me my whole life. He's just being nice to me right now because of Mom going missing. Otherwise, he'd probably be the same. So, you mean you don't want to snatch him away from me? No, why would I do that? If anything, I'd want him to be nicer and kinder to both of us. Suddenly, she wiped her tears and hugged me. I don't understand this. I've been nothing but a witch to you, but you're still being nice to me. Why? 'Cause that's how my mom raised me, and I'm proud of it. I just wish I'd told her that. You can tell me now. I turned around, and Mom was standing right in front of my eyes. Mom! OMG, am I dreaming? Just then, Jenny pinched me real hard and made me scream. I'm so glad you're back, Mom. I missed you so much. I missed you too, honey. I realized I must have given you quite a scare, so I flew back as soon as I could. You cut your trip short? For me? There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, love. Unless someone else's need is greater. Oh, Mom. Makeup. You're a pretty girl, Nancy. You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy. But, Auntie, we're friends, and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff. Nancy, I was really worried about you. And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs. Why are you wearing makeup? Because I'm not pretty enough without it. Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me? Okay, but will you promise to be nice? I promise. When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up. Nancy, you're so beautiful. As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed, and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope. This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy. What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff? He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday. She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy. You won't, okay? I'll go instead. The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister? No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around. You can throw it in the trash on your way out.
I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere.
Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency.
I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
I'm hosting a party tonight and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide.
Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and...
Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?
No, just a regular high school.
Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session.
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. Jeff? His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. No, you just cut me out of your life. And now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you? I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much. So, why didn't you stay in touch? I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry. I looked at his face and I knew he was being honest. Can you please just hug me now? We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now!
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me. Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that.
Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid. Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn.
Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way.
Oh yeah? Watch me.
And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot.
I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again.
When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job. But just then, Jeff spoke up. You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do. I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside.
It's for you, babe. And here, this too.
He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful.
Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors.
We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever.
Imagine being on a date at the best restaurant in town, and then the waiter trips and drops his tray full of live lobster, and one of them pinches you. And this is not even the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Let's take it from the beginning. My mom was a Red Cross advocate for women's rights, and my dad was her bodyguard, so they were always off to this gala or the other, and they left us back with an army of nannies. And when I say us, I mean me and the Chaos Crew, also known as my 5 younger siblings. Food battles, mud fights, glitter bombs, they were so extra. Even Mary Poppins would snap her little umbrella and shuffle up a chimney to escape from them. Every time another nanny left, we got the talk.
I'm disappointed in all of you, but especially you, Martha. You're the oldest. You should lead by example.
I haven't done anything.
Exactly. How are you supposed to become a leader of the future if you can't even lead your siblings?
If you were home teaching us instead of running around, I wouldn't have to take charge.
What I do is important.
More important than your family? When Mom didn't immediately reply, my heart shattered. I rushed to my room and locked it when Mom came to talk to me later.
Martha, I'm sorry. Of course I love you.
Then don't go.
I have to. But we'll talk when we come back, I promise.
Maybe it's better if you never come back. It was like fate really had a twisted sense of humor and heard me. Mom and Dad did not return from their last trip to the Amazon. I felt like it was my fault that they didn't return. My punishment. The police sent out search parties and even used drones to look at their plane that disappeared, but they couldn't find anything. It's a lot, right? But stay with me. You've already liked and subscribed, haven't you? Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come back. Dad's a tough bodyguard and Mom's faster than a tiger. I'll take care of you in the meantime. I'll be a leader, Mom, just like you wanted. Please come back. But I was only 15, and I knew nothing about adulting. I was suddenly surrounded by lawyers asking me questions and making me sign things. Just pretend you know what you're doing and you'll be fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. One of my mom's lawyers turned out to be a total snake. He conned his way into getting guardianship over everything, and then he kicked us out and took control of all the assets. You can't do this!
Oh, what? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you over the sound of all the money you just signed off to me.
Wait until Mom and Dad are back. They'll send you to jail.
You mean when they come back from the jungle? Well, I've got a fortune to spend. Goodbye.
I was super angry, but I didn't have time for it. The Chaos Crew had turned into a miserable bunch, and I needed to take care of them first. Right, first step, let's find a place to live. We all put our birthday cash together, and it was enough for a couple of months' rent. Finding someone willing to rent to a group of teenagers was quite a challenge. So I had this crazy idea to dress up like an old lady, and somehow managed to get us a lease. Luckily, it was still the summer holidays, so I had time to take up all the gigs I could find, like a plant manager, where I literally had to water plants, cornfield pollinator, and even party entertainer. These children are wilder than my siblings. Let it go! Let it go! Ah!
Here, let me help you up.
At least my colleagues are all kind. My siblings pitched in as well. They baked tons of cookies and sold them, pretending to be Girl Scouts. And they muddied everyone's cars at night so they could offer a wash-up service in the morning. At a premium, of course. Who knew that being little devils would come in handy? By the time school started, I had turned 16, and we had all transferred to public school. I was so nervous on the first day. And then I got to class and all the desks were already taken. Now I'll have to stand in the corner like a potted plant. But then a girl sitting in the last row waved at me. She was dressed in this bright orange shirt with space buns, and her desk was hidden under a pile of comics.
Come here, we can share.
There's a desk under all that? Where can I get a chair?
We'll share mine. By the way, I'm Bree. You can call me Brilliant.
Bree was a weirdo, but she was also pretty awesome. She gave me all her notes and knew all the juicy gossip.
That girl there, her mom works in marketing, so she always knows the latest discount codes. And that one there,
Don't talk about her nose. We became best friends, and eventually I told her about my story. I want to save up enough cash so I can find my parents.
you're so strong. I want to be like you.
You're perfect the way you are.
I'm not. I'm almost 17 and I've never had a boyfriend. Everyone I confess to just rejects me, and Darius doesn't even know I exist.
Darius was Bree's crush and the captain of the school's chess team. Are you sure he's the right guy for you?
He is the one. I can feel it. And this time, I'm going to get my confession right.
Bree's plan was as crazy as she was. She got dressed up as a chess piece and painted the whole club room as a giant chessboard with a banner that said, "Will you be my checkmate?" But when Darius walked into the door, he freaked out.
Where is it?
What?
My chessboard! There was a game I've been playing since I was a freshman!
We just moved it. There? Darius was so furious, he wanted to call the principal. And then one of his friends intervened. I didn't see who he was because I was too busy pulling a crying Bree away. Thank you, mysterious dude. After that, Bree was done with the guys. And honestly, I had my own problems to deal with. Like the time I was getting out of the shower and this gigantic cockroach came out of the drain. I screamed and hit it with the shampoo bottle, but then even more of them started crawling out. Eek, it's an invasion!
Oh yeah, it happens. Why do you think the flat was so cheap?
We tried spraying them with gas, but the crawlers kept multiplying. We need a new flat ASAP. Martha, wise up and ask for a raise. But when I showed up for my part-time gig at the party entertainer company, the door was sealed off with bright yellow FBI tape and the entire place cleared out.
Oh man, I loved this job.
At least you get to keep the costume.
What costume? These are my normal clothes.
That is very creative. I never thought I'd meet someone more colorful than Bree. Hey, wait a second. Cute, smart, and probably colorblind. He's just perfect. Jasper, how would you like to meet a friend of mine? The moment I introduced Bree and Jasper, it was insta-love. They were like two very colorful peas in a super bright pot. And shortly after, they started dating.
Martha, you are a lifesaver.
I was seriously starting to think I'd be a crazy cat lady forever. It was an easy match. You have so much in common. A couple of months later, it was Jasper's birthday party, and he introduced me to his sister Trinity, who was like a Wednesday to his Enid. Wow, and they came out of the same womb.
I can't believe someone like Jasper found such a cute girlfriend, and I'm still single. All the boys care about is looks, and no one cares about brains.
As I watched Trinity cut marshmallows into cubes and stack them into perfect columns, I realized there was at least one boy who could appreciate her, so I texted him. Oh, I hope I won't regret this. The party was in full swing when,
what's Darius doing here?
Actually, I invited him.
What?
Trust me. Hey, Darius. Hi, this is Trinity, and she likes cube-shaped marshmallows.
Round marshmallows make no sense.
Finally, someone who gets it.
And just like that, Darius the ice cube started melting. See, I told you he wasn't the right one for you. She is.
OMG, you're right.
You're like the matchmaking queen. I realized how happy Bree's words made me. Helping other people is so cool. But fate was once again ready to kick me down because I got a call from the hospital. What happened? They're saying my brother picked up a sandwich from the bin, but it had some glass in it and now he needs stitches. This is all my fault. If we had more money, he'd never pick food from the bin. And now how am I gonna pay for the operation? We don't have insurance. I even tried to call the snake lawyer, but...
Oh, I love that you think I should care. Bye.
Luckily, the operation was a success, and my brother was okay. When I got to the hospital and asked for the bill, the receptionist told me it had already been paid.
It was a young guy. There, he's just walking into the elevator.
I tried to catch up with him, but the elevator doors shut in my face. Gosh, I swear his back looks so familiar. Who is he? Thanks to my mysterious angel, the accident had resolved well, but it had shown me how much I needed a new job. After Darius and Trinity became a thing, the whole school was buzzing with the rumor that I was the one who set them up. People were begging me to find them their perfect match. Every time I opened my locker, I was buried in a pile of profiles and love letters. How do I fix this? I'm happy to help, but I can't keep doing this for everyone. I gotta focus on finding a new part-time job.
Well, why don't you open a matchmaking agency?
But I feel bad to ask people to pay for love.
Then only ask for a donation from the successful ones. And who knows, maybe you'll find the right match for yourself
myself as well. Right, like I have time for that. But Bree is right. This is something I'm good at. I should at least try. So the next day, I got Bree and Jasper to help me throw my first matchmaker party. By the end of the night, the donation box was bursting with cash, and everyone was coupled up. Almost everyone. As I stepped into the bathroom, a girl ran up to me, and she was dripping wet. How could you match me up with that dimwit? I told him, pass me the water, and he poured it on me. Him as in, I checked my notes. Kuro? Kuro was one of my top candidates. 1 year older than me, and a looker. Plus, he aced all his classes. Oh, and he loved hamsters, and gaming, and, well, to be honest, I might have stalked his online profile a bit. Can't help that he's so cute. And then he called my mom your grandma. It has to be on purpose. I'm sorry, I'll find you a new match. How about Timothy? Thankfully, Timothy was a total catch, so the girl was happy, and my reputation was saved. My agency was killing it, and my siblings and I finally moved out of Cockroachville. But to track down Mom and Dad, I needed some serious cash, and that meant tackling my biggest issue. Kuro, what's up with him? On paper, he's a catch, but every girl I set him up with comes back with a nightmare story.
He took me on a boat trip and we almost sank.
We went ice skating, but he didn't know how to stop and we crashed.
We tried a cooking class and he somehow managed to burn the spaghetti, set off the fire alarm, and evacuate the entire restaurant.
He's ruining my perfect score. How can someone be really that clumsy? Maybe you need to find out by yourself. Bree was right. So I bought a wig and contact lenses and set up myself for a date with Kuro. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he tripped on his own feet and crashed into the waiter, and everyone was looking at us. But instead of being angry, I just smiled. So Kuro, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm kinda clumsy. I'm sorry.
It's not so easy to scare me. I mean, I survived a cockroach invasion.
A what?
So I told Kuro everything about my horrible flat and crazy summer jobs. He laughed and then got back from the toilet with a whole roll stuck under his shoe, which then led to the lobster accident, which I told you about already. And gosh, he really is a menace. You're giving up? Never. The second date was better. We only got a batch full of super salty popcorn. The third date was almost normal, and by the fourth, I realized he'd done nothing clumsy. Wow, I guess he was just nervous. I started to get so comfortable around him that I even told him about my mom and dad's disappearance.
Don't lose hope. I bet they're still out there somewhere.
I know they are. If it hadn't been for that awful lawyer.
What lawyer?
After I explained how we got conned, Kuro was super mad.
I can't believe he can get away with something like that.
He's a lawyer. Who is the police gonna believe?
There must be some evidence.
The more I listened to Kuro, the more I realized he was right. I didn't have time or money before to go after him, but now it's time for the Chaos Crew's return and get our revenge. That night, we went to our old house and stuffed some old rotted beans in all the air vents. Less than half an hour later, the people inside were opening all the windows. Stage 2, go! Dressed up as a cleaning crew, my siblings rang at the door while I sneaked through a window. It was dark, but I grew up in this house. I know it like the back of my hand. I waited until the Chaos Crew started to fill all the vents with flour, making everyone cough, and then I went into the study. Okay, focus. He won't leave around a folder with evil plan written on it, but as I looked into a drawer, that's exactly what I found. As I scanned through the pages, everything became clear. My parents! I can't believe they—
Drop that!
I looked around to see if there was anything I could throw at him, but he had me backed into a corner.
I thought I smelled a rat. Now be a good girl and—
Conk, the lawyer dropped, and behind him was Kuro holding a big law book.
The power of knowledge, eh?
OMG, thank you. But how did you find me?
I might have followed you? Sorry, I was worried.
While Kuro tied him up and called the police, I whipped out the phone and called the number I had found in the evil plan folder. Sugar Leader's Bakery? Yes, I have to place an order for 27 cinnamon rolls. Thank you. Please work. Please work. Attack! Mistaking Kuro for a bad guy, my siblings jumped him, and by the time I pried them away, the police had arrived.
Arrest them! They're trespassing!
It's not your house. My parents are missing, not dead, so by law, my signatures are invalid. But the evidence was clear, and the police dragged him away. It turns out, we weren't the only family he had conned.
He's going to be in prison for a very long time.
A few days later, my siblings and I returned to our parents' home. I invited Kuro, Bree, and my friends to celebrate, but I couldn't sit still. Finally, the doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, my parents were there, alive and well.
My babies!
We're so sorry. We were working with native communities to stop illegal activities, but we were forced to go underground to save the project.
We left our lawyer a number and a safe message so that you could reach us in case of an emergency.
That's the call you made?
Yes! That arrogant man had written everything down. He was supposed to explain everything and take care of us. Instead, he even told our parents to stay away because we had received some threats.
We should have never trusted him.
But now you're home and you're going to stay, right? Mom and Dad looked at each other, and for a moment I was afraid that they might leave again.
Of course we're staying!
We learned our lesson.
And who are all these nice young people?
I introduced all my new friends to my parents and told them how much they had helped me. But when it was Kiro's turn, I hesitated. Is he a friend? A date? A boyfriend? He doesn't even know I'm the matchmaker. This is Kiro, and I've never been completely honest with him. I turned to him. I hope he understands. Kiro, I'm not one of your matches. I am the matchmaker. I braced myself, expecting rejection, but...
I already knew.
What?
Why do you think I was such a loser with other girls? I've had a crush on you since Bree's wild confession to Darius. But you were so wrapped up in your agency, you never even gave me a second glance. I had to do something drastic to get you to notice me.
Bree's confession? But I squinted at him. Right, he was the guy who stopped Darius from going to the principal. And OMG, you also paid for my brother's hospital bill.
Yeah, I overheard you talking about it at Jasper's party.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want you to go out with me because of money.
I couldn't believe he'd done all that just to date me. I guess this answers my question. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Kiro, my perfect match. I grabbed Kiro's hand, and as I saw the happiness on his face, I knew I had made the perfect choice.
Welcome to the family, Kuro.
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again.
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it. Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden? I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is...
Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me.
You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you?
Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name.
It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend.
Did I hit your head when I tripped?
No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out.
Are you seriously blackmailing me?
Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal?
Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly Scott slid right next to me.
Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes?
Oh my God.
Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly?
I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend.
No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it.
To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered,
"You better make this convincing."
I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal.
Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss.
I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl?
Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law.
Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans. And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that?
So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face.
So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off.
Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady.
And with that, he left. Ugh! So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien.
Whoa, we thought Scott was lying.
About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know? I don't understand anything.
Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later.
Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you?
I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay?
I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT. Go, Scotty! I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room.
What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us.
I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me.
Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it.
Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating, and he was everywhere, in the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story.
Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually.
What?
She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine.
Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk.
Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back.
And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty?
Nothing. Fine.
I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground.
Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant.
Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him.
No, that's not what I meant, babe.
Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside.
You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you.
Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me.
Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there.
Why was my face getting hot? Well, I'd like to see your moves.
Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you.
He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance. Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar.
You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again?
Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend. As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help.
Yeah, it usually does.
What do you mean?
It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults.
Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you.
It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me.
Are you trying to make me feel worse?
Is it working?
Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds, with a note stuck to it. No place for losers.
It's Jake. He did this to get back at me. I'm going to kill him.
But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing.
Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise.
He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back.
That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again.
Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now. Jake looked at me in shock, and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me.
So, have you thought about how we're breaking up?
What?
Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together.
Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted.
Yes, I did.
Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all? Just then, one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow. But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should see each other anymore." "Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you." "Scott, this is not what I want. Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind." As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. "Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Jumping a cheerleader makes him look good." "And you didn't want to break up with him?" "No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel, he's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it." I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. "You owe me such a big apology." "I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend, if you'll let me. I love you." Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs. Yeah, even nerds work out. "So, what do you say?" "I love you too, idiot." And I pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, my name is Hannah, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, and she was my best friend. We watched movies all weekend, baked delicious cookies, and she even homeschooled me so we could spend more time together. But when we did leave the house, Mom had this weird idea that someone was following us. She was always checking over her shoulder and looking around corners. "Shut the blinds and turn off the lights." There was a man with mysterious packages right behind us on the way home. "Mom, that's just our new neighbor, look." And his mysterious packages are just grocery bags. But Mom was always so paranoid, and I didn't understand why. Soon after I turned 13, though, everything changed. Mom got really sick. She was at the doctor every day, but she wasn't getting much better. And soon she had to move into a care center. "Sweetie, you're gonna have to live with your dad for a while." "My dad? But you've never even talked about him. He's a complete stranger to me." "I know, but we don't have a choice right now. I need someone to take care of you. I'll come and get you soon, I promise." Dad lived in another city, and a helicopter came to pick me up the next day. I felt miserable the entire way there. I already missed Mom. But when we landed at Dad's house, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a castle, and Dad was waiting for me outside. I looked just like him. It was weird seeing him for the first time. "I'm so glad to meet you, Hannah. Why didn't you try to meet me before?" "Your mom never told me about you till now, sweetie. But that's all in the past. We finally get to know each other, and I have my heir to take over the family business." And when I found out what that was, I couldn't believe it. Dad was a billionaire spy. The maids took me to my room, and it was ginormous. It even had a hot tub. Dad got me a whole new wardrobe and even a sweet little puppy. Life was good. One day, while I was sunbathing by the pool, Dad came to sit next to me. "Now that you're comfortable here, you need to start your training." "Huh? My training?" "Yes, your spy training. I work against dangerous people, and you need to know how to protect yourself." "What kind of people?" "Trust me, honey. You'll need to be prepared." After that, trainers woke me up at dawn every single day. Instead of going to school, I went to an arena. They taught me how to fight, how to hide from bad people, and how to sneak around. After a while, I got good at it, and it was really fun. Mom was getting better, but she still wasn't able to leave the care center. We called each other every week, but she was not happy when she found out about my training. "What is your dad thinking?" I'm so mad at him. "Mom, you know I love you, but Dad's pretty cool too, and I like the stuff he's teaching me. Why did you keep me away from him all this time?" "Exactly for this reason. I don't want you involved in this nonsense. I just want to keep you safe." "But I am safe, Mom. I can take care of myself now. Everything's fine." "I'd come and take you away right now if I could. But
I actually called to tell you that I need to go away to Europe for my treatment, and you'll have to stay with your dad a little longer.
After that, Mom yelled at Dad on the phone, and it didn't make me happy to see them arguing. But I was on Dad's side. I was really thinking I could help with the family business. I distracted people when Dad snuck in and gathered information. Sometimes I even went alone on missions. No one ever suspected a kid like me, and over time, my missions grew more frequent. Dad wanted a normal life for me too, so when I was 14, he enrolled me in a school for billionaire kids. On the first day, the school bully Christy and her minions cornered me in the locker room. "You're the new girl, huh? Well, if you want to be at this school, you have to earn it." "Oh yeah? Bring it on!" To my shock, they pounced on me, but my training kicked in and I used my moves to slip out of the pile. They were left fighting each other. When they realized what was happening, they were so mad. "You're gonna pay for this, witch." "Yeah, okay. Bye now." I was suddenly popular after that. All the kids wanted to be my friend, and the coolest boy in school even came up to me at my locker.
Hey, I'm Leo. Do you want to hang out sometime?
He was so cute. Of course I did. Leo and I hung out every day, and we grew close. I wanted to tell him about my job, but Dad insisted I couldn't.
It's too dangerous, Hannah. If anyone found out what we really do, we'd have to move from here and start over.
I certainly didn't want to move, so I kept my spy life a tight secret. The school dance was coming up, and I wanted Leo to ask me out so bad. But every time I thought he was about to, my cell phone would go off and I'd be pulled away for some mission. Dad, does it really have to be me?
The detectives on the case requested you specifically, Hannah.
I had to whiz away in a private jet and fight off some bad guys. But I helped the detectives put away a big jewel thief they'd been at for years. So I guess it was worth it. When I got back to school the next week, all I wanted to do was talk to Leo, but he was talking to Christy. I knew she wasn't really interested in him. She just wanted to get back at me. "Oh, hello, Hannah Banana. Looks like I'll be going to the dance with Leo." "What? Over my dead body?" I don't know what came over me, but I attacked her. The principal had to break us up, and she called our parents. Dad was so disappointed in me.
You know you're not supposed to use your skills unless you're on a mission, or your life is in danger. You could have really hurt her.
"I'm sorry, Dad, but she's trying to steal the guy I like."
I knew that boy would be a distraction. Maybe I should pull you out of school and have you focus on work only.
"No, I promise. I'll never fight again." Dad promised the principal I'd be good, and she didn't suspend me. But I was still fuming at Christy. She was all over Leo the next day too. But it seems like Leo wanted nothing to do with her. He even shoved her away when she tried to kiss him in the cafeteria. I couldn't help laughing as Christy ran out of there crying loudly. Later that day, Leo came up to me in the hallway and I felt butterflies in my stomach.
Hey, Hannah. I wanted to ask you to the dance, but I just didn't think you were into me. Well, till you fought Christy.
That was not my best moment. But why didn't you think I was into you?
Well, every time we hang out, you always get a call and run away. I thought you might have a boyfriend or something.
I don't. I swear, I only have eyes for you. Leo blushed and shyly kissed my cheek.
Hannah, will you go to the dance with me?
Yes! The school dance was being held in a grand hotel. When I walked into the hall on Leo's arm, Christy was shooting daggers at me. I just smiled and waved as Leo led me onto the dance floor. We danced all night. Then Leo took me up to the rooftop and we watched the stars. Just then, my phone started buzzing. I shoved it away, but it wouldn't stop ringing.
Do you need to get that?
No, it can wait. I'm here with you tonight. I turned off my phone, and Leo pulled me in closer and kissed me. I'd forgotten everything else by the time we pulled away. Hey look, a shooting star. Make a wish.
You know, for the wish to come true, we have to find where the star fell.
No way, that's not a real thing.
It sure is. Come on, let's go look for it. It'll be an adventure.
I knew Dad would be mad at me about not taking the job, but I really wanted to go with Leo. So we drove off to the woods and started hiking around. We were joking about what the shooting star would look like, when suddenly, a bear ran out from the trees. I stood frozen in my spot. I didn't know how to fight a frickin' bear. Just then, Leo jumped in front of me, crouched on all fours, and then he howled like a hyena. I thought we'd get eaten alive the next second, but the bear ran away instead. What was that?
To scare a bear, I had to act like a creature he'd be afraid of. basic bear psychology.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but also pretty amazing, Leo. The way you jumped in to protect me? Thank you. We walked around for a while, talking and laughing, and I'd never felt closer to him. But I was starting to feel guilty about leaving the dance without telling Dad. I turned my phone on to call him, but I didn't have any service. Let's go back home. It's getting late.
What about the shooting star?
Come on, we can't really find out where a shooting star landed. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Leo's face, and then he threw his car keys somewhere into the woods. Hey, what'd you do that for?
We can't leave now. We have to stay in the woods.
I was so confused and a little scared. Look, you're being really weird. I'm leaving with or without you. Just as I turned around, a rope net fell on me, and I was trapped. And Leo started laughing like a maniac.
You're not going anywhere. My dad is in jail because of you and your dad. It's time you pay.
Who's your dad? What are you talking about?
Stop playing innocent, Hannah. My dad's the jewel thief you sent to prison for 20 years.
I couldn't believe it. And how stupid was I for walking straight into a trap? But I wasn't giving up so easily. I slid out the pocket knife I always had under my shoe, and while Leo was talking to someone on the phone, I quickly cut my way through the net. When he saw I'd broken free, he dashed off into the woods, and I was right behind him. He led me to a clearing with an abandoned bunker, but I pinned him to the ground before he could get in. We fought each other like crazy, and I finally seemed to have knocked him out. Just as I was about to tie him, he suddenly grabbed my ankle. But then, someone kicked him away like a ninja. Mom? What are you doing here?
Keeping you safe, just like I promised.
She tied up Leo and we left him in the bunker. Mom sent the police to his location to collect him. You have a lot of explaining to do, Mom. When did you come back? How did you know where I was? And since when do you kick like that?
I landed yesterday and was coming to get you. And I knew your location because those earrings you've always worn have trackers in them. Also, I'm a trained spy. Well, I used to be.
What the? You're a spy? You mean like Dad? Like me? Mom told me the craziest story. She said it was love at first sight with my dad, but she knew him as a wealthy businessman when she married him, and she never told him she was a spy.
And when I got pregnant with you, I decided to give it all up. But then, I discovered that your dad was a spy too. It was a huge shock, and it wasn't something I wanted my child to be around. I left him a letter saying I knew his real identity, and I didn't want to live with a dangerous man. I didn't even tell him I was pregnant. And well, I was good at hiding. All I really wanted was to keep you away from all this risky spy business.
But it's literally in my blood. Wait a minute, Mom, where are you going? You just took an exit out of the city.
We're leaving this place. I have to keep you safe. God knows what would have happened if I hadn't found you tonight.
Mom, stop. Stop right now or I'll jump out of the car. I'm trained to do that. I swear I will. Mom had no choice and she parked to one side. I'm a spy now, whether you like it or not. You'll just have to accept that. And how could I not be safe? I've been trained by the best, and I have you and Dad as my parents. Please, I want you both in my life, and Dad doesn't deserve to be abandoned again.
I liked it better when you were a kid and just wanted to spend time with me, but you're right.
Mom turned around and drove me to Dad's place, and when he saw me, he hugged me tight.
Oh, thank God you're okay. I've been worried sick. The police told me they got Leo, but I had no idea where you'd gone.
He stopped short when he spotted Mom.
Eleanor, it's been so long since I last saw you.
Yeah, like 15 years? Mom, don't you have something to tell Dad? Come on, tell him how you found me tonight.
I think I already know. I'm aware of her skills as a spy.
What?
You know? When you disappeared, I was devastated and spent months tracking you down. I eventually found out you were a spy too, and for some reason, you'd stopped working as one. Soon enough, I found out that reason was Hannah. That's why you left me, and I stayed away because it seems like you really didn't want me around our daughter. How come you never told Hannah I was a spy too? You never told her, and I had to respect that. It wasn't my story to tell.
As the two gazed into each other's eyes, I already knew what my next mission would be. Seriously, aren't we the coolest? We're a whole family of spies. Mom, you gotta stay for dinner. Dad and I have so much to tell you about our missions. And Dad, you gotta hear how Mom kicked some serious butt tonight. As we all walked in, I couldn't help feeling excited at the idea of being a complete family. with the craziest secrets.
Hi, my name is Akira, and I'm the daughter of our tribe's chief. My entire tribe fawned over me, and not just because I was beautiful. I was born with a perfect memory. I remember every single moment of my life in crystal clarity since I was a toddler. I remember each tree of the endless jungle where I lived with my people. At only 5 years old, I could point the way home through our forest, and all the adults were amazed. She has an amazing mind. Let's take her foraging with us. Foraging meant collecting mushrooms and plants for everyone to eat. I was an instant hit in my mother's group. I could remember the name, shape, and smell of every plant perfectly. And by the time I was 11, the entire tribe relied on me to check the food. Poisonous, not poisonous, not poisonous, poisonous. Akira is a gift from God. She should be our next leader. Ha! The next leader? This weakling? Please. That's my older sister, Misa. She was only a few years older than me, but we were complete opposites. Misa was a goddess with a bow and arrow, as strong and fierce as our father. And me? Well, I was clumsy, noisy, and I could barely lift her bow. When father tried to make me hunt, I just fell in love with the little rabbits. I ended up adopting 3. I was brave during the day where I was safe under the sun. But at night, I cowered in my mother's arms while Misa ran around scaring any animals that came close. You are such a wuss. Am not. To be chief, you have to beat me, your elder sister, and the best hunter in the jungle. I'm the best forager. So, plants are easy to catch. They just sit on the ground. I dare you to go hunting with us. Akira's mind is special. We can't let her be in danger. So, I should be the one in danger? Misa truly disliked me, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. I spent years in our hut, getting fanned as I tasted mushrooms, while she came home covered in scratches and bruises. One time, when I was 14, I snuck away from Mother with a bag full of meat and bread. I was gonna have a jungle picnic with Misa and make her like me, but my plan backfired big time. You brought meat? The smell is gonna attract bears, you loser! Then eat it fast. I'd barely said that when crazy loud roars started echoing in the jungle. What is that? That doesn't sound like a bear. Everyone, fan out and follow the sound. Why aren't we running away? We need to see what we're running from. Just shut up and don't trip over something. We crossed the river to reach the nonstop roars, and that's when we saw it. It wasn't animals. It was people I'd never seen before, cutting down trees with a weird, roaring metal saw. No! They're cutting our trees! We have to stop them! I launched myself forward, but Misa pulled me down into the bushes. Don't call attention to us. They have weapons. We have to tell Father. Come on. We all raced home together, but when we told everyone what happened, the adults didn't look surprised.
We know they're cutting the forest. They're going to build a town here.
What? But where will we live?
We can live with them. They promised we would get to keep all our land. They can give us better medicine, better houses, and a better life.
I like our life and our home. And what about the animals? Where will they live without the jungle?
Akira, we're worried about us, not the animals.
So they'll have nowhere to go? Nothing to eat? They just didn't care. They kept talking about the benefits of inviting these people in. I thought I was gonna have to stop them single-handedly, but Misa pulled me aside. We're not letting them do this. Really? You wanna stop them with me?
No, you are gonna stop them with me.
For the first time in our lives, Misa and I were on the same side. We made a pact to spy on these newcomers, find their weaknesses, and get rid of them. We sneaked beyond the river till we reached the edge of the jungle. I hid in a tree, watching the men brutally cut down my home. Suddenly, a strange boy jumped in front of me and put his hand on my mouth.
Don't say anything.
For a moment, all I could think about was how handsome he was. Then fear kicked in and I pushed him. He grabbed my leg as he fell, and we both tumbled out of the tree. Ow! I looked up to see the tree cutters staring at us with rage.
Who's this girl? And Jack, he's here, get him! Run, run, run!
The boy grabbed my hand and we started running away. We'd almost reached the river when my clumsy feet sent me flying to the ground. Wait, help me!
Sorry, princess, gotta go.
I twisted my foot. Behind me, the men were still chasing us. If you go into the jungle without me, you won't make it. There's a million tigers there. He growled and threw me over his shoulder like I weighed nothing. I told him the way into the thickest trees where I knew the men wouldn't chase us. Why are you running away from them?
I stole a bunch of food back home and they were going to put me in prison. So I escaped on this ship. Now these people want to send me back.
All that just for stealing food?
And gold. And this fancy crown. Oh, you're awful. Sure I am, princess. Now, are there any tigers near us? I lied about that. He dropped me right away. I'll be going now. Bye. He tried to run away, but just then a ghostly figure jumped on him and pinned him to the ground. It was Misa. She almost hurt him before I stopped her and told her who he was. You stole from those invaders? That's amazing. He is not amazing, but we can use what he knows to beat his people. What do I get for helping you? Your life. Oh, jeez. We tied up Jack's wrists and snuck him into an empty hut back home. We acted normal in front of the elders, and at night, Misa and I took turns interrogating Jack. He told us all about his hometown and all the crazy things he used to steal from his people. Wow, you pulled that off alone? I had a little help, but it was mostly me. Stealing is not something to brag about. They deserved it. My people are cruel and vicious. They charged my village so much tax that we lost our farm. You lost your land? And my freedom? Yeah, you know nothing about how hard my life has been. He went off to sulk in a corner, and for the first time I felt bad for Jack. The next night, I went into his hut to apologize, but he was gone. I called Misa over right away. He ran into the forest. Look, I see his footprints. We chased after his tracks through the thick jungle, and I was scared. We were out in the dark during bear season. Our worst fears came true when we heard a scream from inside the jungle. We ran towards the sound and found Jack hiding from a huge bear behind a boulder. Misa jumped to action immediately and climbed on top of the rock. She made herself look big and scary and let out deep growls till the bear fled. When Misa came down, Jack grabbed her in a hug. That was incredible! You're like a bear goddess. Thank you? Why would you run away alone? I don't want to be anyone's servant, not even yours. You can't cross the jungle without our help. The wolves come out at night. Are you ready for that? No. Thought so. We stopped at a cave for the night so we wouldn't run into scary animals. While Misa started a fire, I tried to stop Jack from eating poisonous mushrooms. Stop flicking my food away. You keep picking up the poisonous ones. Eat this. How do you remember which one's which? She has a perfect memory. She remembers everything. No way. Is that true? Jack was utterly fascinated, and we spent the whole night talking about my awesome powers. He even dared me to recite every detail from random days in the past. This is amazing. You can't hide in this jungle. You would be world famous. She just remembers things. I can scare bears. I can feed myself without being in danger. I can actually survive danger. And I'm next in line for being chief. Misa kicked a tree trunk in fury, and Jack had to jump in between us. Misa's mood was sour, and the next morning when we took off again, she walked far ahead of us. I think my sister hates me. No, she doesn't. Your gift is just hard to keep up with. I didn't choose it. True, but she didn't choose you. It isn't easy to be overshadowed by a sibling. I'd never thought of it that way. And a few days later, all hopes of Misa liking me were destroyed. Our father called a huge meeting for everyone. We have an announcement to make. The elders have decided to make Akira our new chief. She will be inducted once she turns 15. No! I'm the eldest child. I deserve that place, Father. Akira's gift will make her the best leader. A great memory helps you make wise choices. Wise? The girl who captured one of the newcomers and hid him in our hut? And she's making plans with him to get rid of those people. What? My jaw hit the floor as Misa ratted me out immediately. She even took him to see Jack. Akira has been hiding this boy here for weeks. She made me lie about it too. Think about that before you make her chief. Akira, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Father, no! He didn't even let me speak. The elders took Jack away, and then Father turned furiously to me. You went behind my back to make plans against me? I'm not making plans against you, but these people are cruel and they have to go. We're not getting rid of them. These newcomers can help change our lives forever. You can't be chief if you don't see that. I don't care about being chief. Our forest is a living being. You can't just cut it down. He was too furious to listen. He was even gonna hand Jack over to the newcomers as a sign of goodwill. I just lay in my hut in sheer sadness, waiting for the tree cutters to arrive. When one day, Misa broke through my door with tears in her eyes. Akira, they've taken Father prisoner. They what? She told me that the newcomers had captured Father, and instead of letting us keep our land, they were gonna take everything for themselves. I knew we couldn't trust them. Snakes. I'm so sorry, Akira. I can't believe what I've done. You should kick me out of the tribe, or better yet, hit me. Right now, we need to think how to get Father back. We gathered all our people to make a plan, and most of us wanted to charge right into a fight. Did you look at their weapons? We can't fight them. We have to trick them into leaving. How is that possible? I have a plan. I quickly explained my idea and everyone's tired faces lit up. If this fails, we'll have to fight anyway, so let's give this our best. Jack once told me that his people were terrified of new illnesses, so we gathered ash from all around our settlements and rubbed it all over our bodies and faces till we looked like ghosts. We crushed berries on our skin to look sick, and we walked into the newcomers' camp spitting milk out of our mouths. There's a sickness. We're all falling sick. It's spreading. A few people screamed, and I pretended to bite Misa and burst a bunch of berries in my mouth. The newcomers let out an ear-splitting shriek.
This land belong to the devil. Run, or you shall fall sick.
I watched in awe as the newcomers ran screaming to their giant ship. I was so happy to see them leaving that I let out a premature shout of joy. Hey, you're not sick. Before the man could say another word, Misa jumped on him and cried, I'm gonna eat you. The man screeched and ran away like a rat. We growled like monsters till the invaders were gone. I can't believe it! It worked! Yes! Everyone burst into laughter and delight. Misa and I ran to their makeshift prison and tapped me on the shoulder and pointed at Jack. I believe your friend is having a breakdown. Since his people have left without him, he can stay with us. Good, because Akira likes him. No, I don't. Liar. I ignored her and ran over to Jack. Are you crying? Is it because your people left without you? These are tears of joy. I finally got rid of them. And I get to keep all of the gold. You know, if you live with us, you can't be stealing anymore. Wait, I can live with you? Only if you want to. You're not a prisoner anymore. He took me by surprise and grabbed me in a tight hug. A new life. This will be fun. Yes, it will.
Hi, my name is Quinn, and I learned I was colorblind when I was only 4 years old. It's not that everything was black and white, but to me, rainbow was only blue and yellow. I never felt bad about it because my dad was colorblind too. And he was super rich and we lived in a huge mansion. It wouldn't be so bad to be just like him. The trouble began when I started going to school. I couldn't identify a single color right, and the teacher would go crazy trying to explain it to me. The other kids made it worse, especially my classmates Cindy and Lucas. They were twins and they were both super annoying. They laughed at my outfits every single day. Dad and I couldn't spot a lot of patterns, so most of the time, I had no idea how I looked.
You look like a clown. Did you get dressed in the dark?
I'm colorblind.
What is that? Sounds fake.
Cindy told the whole class that I had made up weird, fake diseases, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy. Lucas was somehow even more annoying than Cindy. He wanted to test and see if I was telling the truth, so he would randomly put paint marks on my things to see if I would notice.
Stop ruining my things, you jerk!
I knew you lied. You can see the paint. I don't see some colors. Some! One day, Cindy went too far. She took my book of drawings, tore out all the pages, and put them on the bulletin board. The whole class laughed at my pink trees and green skies. I attacked her and we started fighting on the ground while all the other kids cheered. Suddenly, Lucas showed up and pulled us apart. Stop it! Cindy, take the pictures down.
You're taking her side?
If she's really colorblind, we shouldn't make fun of her. I was in shock. Lucas was defending me? Cindy walked away fuming, and I thanked him. He took the pictures down and apologized for not believing me. He spent days asking me endless questions to understand my condition. Is your whole family colorblind? Is it like losing memories? If I hit you on the head, will you see color again? He was crazy, but so funny. I thought we could actually become friends, but something happened that destroyed everything. All the kids had to give interviews to get into a fancy private middle school. This was the only good school in the entire town, and the competition was crazy. I didn't do well on my tests, and when the teachers decided I couldn't get a spot, Cindy laughed out loud.
Ha! I knew you were stupid!
Before a single tear could leave my eyes, my dad jumped into action. He offered the school a huge donation for taking me. We don't have space for another child.
Then give her someone else's spot. I'll double the donation.
Dad, that's cheating.
The teacher pushed me aside and accepted the money. Then she went to Cindy and told her they were giving her spot to me. You have the lowest marks after Quinn, so it has to be you. The stupid teacher was so happy about the donation that she let it slip, and Cindy and her parents went crazy with rage. This is bribery. This is unfair. All the adults started fighting, and Lucas gave me the worst look ever. I can't believe you would do this. I knew he was cheating, but Dad refused to back down. We joined our new school, and Lucas came here all alone. One day, he told us that Cindy had been sent to boarding school. None of the other schools in town are good. Now she has to live away from her family. I hope you're happy, Quinn. That was the day we became enemies. He hated me. I felt bad for him, and I tried to make it up to him by buying him presents, but he threw them back in my face. You can't buy me, you brat. He told everyone in class what happened, and they thought I was a rich, spoiled jerk. He called me stupid names in class, and he made fun of my outfit so much that I started asking my maids to choose them for me. As if school wasn't hard enough, as I was growing up, the subjects were getting harder, and our textbooks labeled everything in different colors. My teachers taught with colored chalk and sent us color-coded notes for every class. Every time I failed, Lucas was ready to attack me.
Why don't you just buy yourself a better grade?
I threw my paper in his face. Even if I was bad at getting grades, I could still dance, sing, and said,
Quinn, you can get amazing offers from colleges if you keep performing like this, but you have to maintain an average grade of a C.
That made me nervous, and her solution made me want to throw up.
We're going to partner you up with the best kid in school, Lucas.
Lucas walked in with the most evil look on his face. The teacher said that Lucas would be my partner in every class from now on, and he would tutor me every day after school. Oh no. I tried to protest, but my teacher thought it was a great idea, and Lucas agreed with her. What was he going to get out of this? The answer was simple. He wanted to torture me. He gave me a mountain of homework every day, and if I didn't do it, he threatened to report me to the teacher. Whenever we partnered up for projects, he made me do all the work for the learning experience. He was going out of his way to annoy me. And one day, I just vented to my dad about it at dinner. I was not prepared for what Dad did next. He showed up at school and barged into class with the principal. They announced that Lucas was expelled for bullying me. What? We all rushed to the principal's office, and I screamed at my dad. What are you doing?
Getting rid of your bully.
I didn't want you to solve my problem. I just wanted your support.
I am supporting you.
You can't just crush people's lives for me. It's not fair. It's what made everyone hate me in the first place. If you do this, I am never talking to you again. Dad looked shocked. We had never shouted at each other like this.
Fine, he can stay. Never bully my daughter again.
With that, Dad stormed out without even looking at me. I'd never fought with him before, and I couldn't help but cry. When Lucas offered me a tissue, I slapped his hand away. I don't want your help. Just go away.
I'm not helping you. I'm just standing near you, and I happen to have a tissue.
I snatched it out of his hands and turned to leave, but he pulled me back.
Why didn't you just let him expel me? Don't I bug you?
I'm not a jerk. I hated taking Cindy's place, and I wish I could undo it. I'd never do that to someone again.
I may have been meaner to you than I needed to be. I'm sorry.
You're what?
I'm sorry, okay? I'm not saying it again.
With that, he ran away, and I was stunned. This was the nicest conversation we'd had in years. When I went home that day, Dad and I sat down to talk about what happened. To my surprise, he apologized for going overboard. I made him promise to trust me and let me handle my life myself.
How can I make it up to you? Is there anything that you want?
That's when I got an idea. I asked Dad to pay the school to offer Cindy a place again. She's living away from her family because of us. We should fix it. Dad agreed, and the next day, he put in a request to have Cindy transferred back. She accepted the offer from our school, and when Lucas realized she was coming back, he went crazy.
Did you do this?
Yes, I'm so happy she got accepted.
Thank you.
He grabbed me in a hug so tight, I could barely breathe. He finally forgave me for everything that happened, and we became friends again. He tutored me for real this time. He found colorblind friendly versions of our textbooks, and if he couldn't, he would make notes that I could clearly understand. I finally got a B average, and I got an offer from an amazing college. I literally flew into Lucas's arms. He lost his balance and we fell. Our faces were so close together that I blushed. Suddenly, someone pulled him away from me. It was Cindy. She was back, and I was nervous. I was sure that she still hated me for all those years she had to be away from her family. But she acted totally sweet and normal. I know you took my spot, but I bullied you when we were kids. We both did stupid things. I miss my family, but I had a nice life in school. I'm just happy to be back now, and I hope we can be friends. I was shocked, but Cindy and I actually started hanging out. When Lucas finally got into his dream college, we all celebrated together. One day, Cindy showed up at my house, and she was in tears. She told me that her family was out of money. There's no way they can pay for Lucas's college, but he literally dreams about college. He can't go unless you do something about it. Your dad has connections, right? He can convince the college to give him a full scholarship. No. We can't interfere. We have to. Lucas already has a spot, so we're not hurting anyone. He works so hard. He deserves this. I was scared, but she was right. I asked my dad for help, and he said,
I have a friend at the university I can talk to. I'll do it.
A few days later, Lucas showed up at school, fuming.
Did your dad contact the scholarship committee behind my back?
No.
Tell me the truth.
Everyone fell silent. Yes, he did.
They just sent me their rejection letter for using my connections to get a scholarship. They banned me from applying again. You ruined everything, Quinn.
My jaw hit the floor as he stormed off. I'd messed up horribly. Lucas refused to come to school, and he didn't pick up any of my calls. Cindy even took me to their house, and he just hid in his room and played music at the highest volume so he couldn't hear me. I was utterly shattered by what I'd done. I told my dad about it, and he came up with a plan. He apologized to the committee and told them that Lucas had no idea about his involvement.
My daughter has a crush on the kid at school, so she made me do it.
Oh my God, Dad! With his explanation and a sizable donation, the school agreed to lift the ban on Lucas. I literally flew over to his house to tell him about it. He wouldn't open the door, so Cindy let me in through the window in his room.
Ah!
The college wants you back. They lifted the ban.
I got their email. Did your dad pay for this too?
Maybe he did. So what?
It feels like you do whatever you want and you just pay for your problems to go away.
I didn't pay for my problems to go away. I did it for you. I thought you deserved that school. You're being an idiot, Lucas. I convinced Quinn to help. She didn't even want to do it.
I could have gotten into so much trouble.
I just acted rashly because I care about you. I wanted you to have what you want, and I almost ruined everything. I'm really sorry. When Lucas finally forgave me, I literally burst into tears. I did not like feeling guilty. They both hugged me, and I finally felt better. I promised to never mess with their lives again. Now that all three of us were friends, Cindy noticed my feelings for Lucas instantly. She was so excited for me to ask him out, but I would get all nervous and chicken out every time. One day, Lucas and I were sitting in the cafeteria when a boy walked up to me.
Hey, Quinn. Cindy said you were looking for a date, so I thought I'd take you out to dinner. You in?
Cindy gave me a wink, and Lucas just glared at him.
She can't go out with you. She's going out with me.
I am?
Oh, I didn't ask you? I'll do it now. Quinn, you want to go out with me?
Dude, I asked her first.
She'll pick me.
I don't know.
Ah, come on.
It's a real pickle. I'll need 2 or 3 days to think about it. Lucas leaned across the table and kissed me. I was breathless. Yes, my plan worked!
Ever since I can remember, I've been all about making up stories. I don't know what kind of magic my parents mixed into my DNA, but that brew gave me one heck of an imagination. When I was a kid, my friends on the playground loved the games and tales I came up with. Did the prince save her? He got lost, so she teamed up with the dragon. No way! Yep, and they took over the kingdom together. Whoa! But as I got older, my audience got smaller and eventually vanished.
Paper doesn't judge, though. So I began writing my stories down, and I have to admit, I absolutely loved writing. So by the time I hit 16, all I wanted was to be a famous author. But my schoolmates weren't into reading my silly fairy tales, as they called them. And the more I tried to stand out, the more I heard. So I sneak a peek from the corner, and there's Mrs. Wilson turning into a huge bug. Stop lying, June. After the break, he's not the same. Seriously, it's an alien, not the Jack we knew. You're such a liar, June. Oops, my bad. June, it's me. Nice to meet you. And before I continue, please like and subscribe. Anyways, I was craving recognition, and everything finally changed when we got a substitute English teacher. His name was Arthur Lewis, and he looked really cool. In the very first class, he asked us to write a short story about any character from a classic book. I chose the rabbit from Alice's Adventures and received an A+. After class, he asked me to stay behind.
You've got an exceptional imagination, young lady. Most people tend to lose that spark as they grow older, but not you.
I'm not that old yet. I've still got plenty of time.
But what if I told you that you could take your stories to a whole new level and have your readers glued to the book until the very end?
I'm all ears. He handed me a flyer. A party?
A writing club. Come join and see where your story takes you.
The following Thursday was our first club meeting. We wrote short stories as an exercise, and I even managed to add some illustrations to mine. My artistic skills weren't top-notch, but it worked out fine because the main character was...
Is it a rock?
My face flushed like a boiling balloon. That was Jim, my secret crush since I was 10. He was as brilliant as Stephen Hawking and as hot as a chili pepper. Best mix, if you ask me. In my diaries, he went by the codename Buffalo Wings. My spicy hot. Rawr! Yeah, his name is Kid. The story's called Kid, a Rock. He rolls around the world in search of his long-lost father, Mountain.
Sounds cool, June.
OMG, he knew my name! Sure, we'd had science classes together, but we'd never really spoken before. He'd always seemed so mysterious, silent, and oh so perfect. And now he was talking to me!
When I was a kid, I wrote a story about an ice cube. Looking back, it was quite a depressing tale because spring arrived too early.
Our Thursday meetings became a regular thing, but one day, Mr. Lewis asked us to help him move some books into our library.
It's part of an exchange program between state schools. We're giving away our books, and they're sending us books from other schools.
The packages weren't exactly lightweight, but we had fun.
Picture yourselves as thieves, and those are ancient relics and manuscripts that could unveil the secrets of Atlantis.
He often tasked us to play out the roles of the characters we planned to write about. My eyes lit up. I'd never played a thief before. I began to look around and tiptoe, but as I got into character, I didn't notice a small hole in the ground. I tripped and fell, and the box I was carrying flew several feet away.
Are you all right?
He rushed over and offered his hand. When I took it, I felt a little jolt, like static electricity. To avoid falling again, I hugged him, and our faces ended up so close I could feel his breath on my cheek.
You're limping.
It'll pass. He shook his head, lifted me in his arms, and carried me back to school.
June, did you hear me?
Huh?
I asked if you're all right.
He stood over me, looking concerned. Ugh, those daydreams. I'm just a lousy thief. He gave me a hand to stand, then dashed back to school. I picked up a box and noticed it had ripped open. I peeked inside to check if the books were okay. History of Revolutions, boring but intact. Little Women, also fine. Whoa, what's that? I pulled out a massive volume, covered with colorful pictures and gold letters. It was so shiny I had to shield my eyes with my hand. I'd never seen a book this fancy before. The Holy Bible. Well, my copy is definitely not this pretty. I put the book away and carried the box to the library. Just in a few days, I was at home watching the news. They were talking about a bunch of bold robberies happening all over the country. 3 billionaires have already reported valuable stuff stolen from their collections. There were some rare books and old paintings, and the almost priceless King James Bible. I sat there, mouth wide open, a spoon in my hand, jam dripping from it. The Bible they showed on TV was exactly the same as the one I saw in that box. It's my teacher who stole it.
Sweetie, come on, we talked about this. All made-up stories go in the notebook.
But it's true!
Right, and I guess he's also a cult leader, huh?
That would be a cool twist, Dad. I knew this story was a goldmine. It could change everything. But I needed evidence, so I decided to play detective. I put on a trench coat and went on a mission. I hid in the bushes near the school, using my dad's binoculars to keep a close watch. The cheerleaders were in the locker room near the field. One of the girls was bragging about her new Chanel bag, even though I saw her yesterday in a replica store. Another was adding fake hair to her ponytail, and the third was copying something from one sheet to another. I zoomed in. Those were the answers for tomorrow's test! Seriously? And they called me a liar?
What are you up to?
I jumped, accidentally banging my head on something. Playing detective. It's for a story.
I'd ask if I could join, but I don't think I'm allowed to spy on the girls in the locker room.
My cheeks flushed like ripe strawberries. It's not about them. I'm spying on Mr. Lewis.
Oh? Why?
I spilled the beans about that weird book and the robberies happening around, and how badly I needed some proof for the cops. Honestly, I was pretty sure he wouldn't buy it. He'd likely go, "You're just making stuff up," or "Quit with the lies." But instead, he just nodded and said,
"I'm in."
I was shocked, staring at him in disbelief. I couldn't even remember the last time someone had trusted me so easily. You really believe me?
Why shouldn't I?
It's just the others.
Well, I'm not like the others. I know what it's like to be different.
It was like a daydream coming to life. My eyes filled with tears and I started sobbing. Jim came closer and hugged me. He smelled like Christmas cookies, ginger, and spice. Then he shared that he lost his mom when he was just a kid. His dad, a big shot inventor, was always knee-deep in tech stuff or jet-setting around the world. Jim, though, wanted more of his dad's time, so he began shadowing him and even tinkering with his own inventions. He totally loved it, even though his interests zoomed past what was normal for someone his age.
And you know, kids can be pretty harsh when they see someone who's different. So I learned to stay quiet and keep everything to myself.
I gazed into his eyes, deep as the ocean. I just wished he'd grab my hand and we'd dash into the sunset together. So we dove into spying on Mr. Lewis. Days passed with no sign of anything fishy, but Jim brought some cool gadgets, like an invisible UV ink pen or a dice with a hidden camera. Are you like a real spy or something?
I made these for fun after binge watching James Bond. Never tried them out for real, so no guarantees they'll work.
He pulled something out from his pocket, a super cute necklace with a black stone. He gently placed it around my neck. Is this for me?
It's a voice recorder. Just tap it here and it'll start recording.
OMG, I totally forgot how to breathe. Is it even legal to be this perfect?
Oh, it's him!
Mr. Lewis was speedwalking, holding a package. He glanced back before vanishing into the alley behind the school. Hurry, or he'll slip away. We sprinted after him, trying to stay low, trailing him until he reached what seemed like an old factory building. He entered. Darn it, we've got to follow. I looked around. There was an open window about 7 feet off the ground. Jim crouched down. I stepped on his hands, and he boosted me up. I grabbed the frame and pulled myself inside, with Jim following.
June, you do know that we just freely walked through the door, right?
Shh, that's my story. So, what did I say? Oh yeah, we ended up in this massive warehouse. Rows upon rows of shelves stacked with boxes. We snooped around a bit, found some ancient stuff, paintings, and books.
Sick!
I snapped a few pics with my phone. We moved on, trying to be all stealthy.
That's it?
We both froze. My heart was pounding like crazy, so I grabbed Jim's hand for comfort. He gave it a reassuring squeeze.
The last one. We better move. I've got a bad feeling.
About what?
Just pack everything up and be ready tomorrow.
I heard footsteps fading away and peeked from behind the shelves. Nobody. Quick, over here. There was a table piled with papers, some documents and maps. I didn't know if any of it mattered, but I took some snaps and sneaked a dice with a camera between the stacks. We gotta find that book.
This one?
All kinds of stuff happened at once. I jumped up. Someone's grip clamped painfully onto our arms from behind. Ouch! 2 burly men had us locked down tight. No way to squirm free. Mr. Lewis leaned against a wall, holding the stolen Bible.
Well, well, my best students. Playing detective, I suppose?
He strolled over and picked up the dice, checking it out.
Impressive. A camera. Clever move.
He tossed it on the floor and crushed it underfoot. Darn it! I wished I could free my hands and activate the necklace recorder, but the dude behind me wasn't giving me any room to work. You stole all that stuff. Why? He took the phone from my pocket and began deleting the photos I'd snapped earlier. As he did, he explained that he swiped identities to use as a cover while robbing rich jerks who hoarded rare items and locked them away in dark rooms, hidden from the world.
I aim to open a museum where everyone can see these treasures.
Noble cause, but why stealing? He mumbled something about
Rich morons who'd never understand.
I was done with it. I twitched and sank my teeth into the burly man's hand. He howled in pain and shoved me away. Quick as lightning, I sprung back up, landing a solid punch right on his nose. Don't mess with me! Jim seized the chance and delivered a swift kick to his captor's shin.
Take that!
We were fighting like a team. We were furious. We were on fire. It was like we had a superpower that made us invincible. I paused to scan the area, but there was no sign of Mr. Lewis. And then, a sudden blow, and everything faded to black. I woke up to soft touches. Jim loomed over me, gently wiping my forehead with a damp towel.
Note to self, never get on your bad side.
I chuckled, and he explained that when one of the guards knocked me out, he got really freaked out. So he decided to even the score by giving them a few knocks, and then carried me away. Oh, my white knight, the hero of my story! But we still don't have any proof against Mr. Lewis. He flashed a sly grin and removed my necklace.
I switched it on when I pretended to kiss you.
Pretended? My heart sank. I thought it didn't take long to convince the cops when we handed over the recording. Sadly, by the time they arrived to arrest Mr. Lewis, he'd vanished without a trace. But hey, at least all the stolen stuff found its way back to their rightful owners.
Now that we've recovered the stolen gems, we can finally realize our long-standing dream of establishing the museum. We've always wanted to allow people worldwide to marvel at these precious artifacts.
Yeah, right. It's been their long-standing dream all along. As for me, after tons of reporters swarmed the school wanting interviews, it turned out that everybody wanted to say some nice words about me on camera. She's like my ride or die, you know? We're practically sisters. She's a creative genius. Her stories are seriously something else. Honestly, I didn't care. I was too busy writing a book. It hit the shelves in a month and went straight to bestseller status. I didn't hold a grudge against Mr. Lewis. Even if he was a bad guy, I did take my stories to a whole new level, just like he promised. And you know what? I feel like my rock finally found its mountain.
Wait, I thought mountain was like its dad.
It's an allegory, silly. Oh, and one last thing. Just yesterday, I got a copy of my book with a little note on it. Well done, A+. Any guesses on who that might have been?
Mom handed me some paper bags.
I'm sorry we can't afford to pay someone for delivery, sweetie. Bear with me for a few more days.
Don't worry about it, Mom. I got this.
But I want you to focus on school.
And I can do both.
Fine. But always remember, stay in the side lane and
pause at every crossing to watch cars coming from all directions. Mom, trust me to know all this. I'm off now. Bye! As I zoomed through my hometown and reached the city center, I slowed down and stopped in front of a clothes shop. I'd been eyeing the red dress in the window display for ages, and I was so relieved to see it was still there. You wait for me, okay? I'm saving up for you. You're gonna look so good on Mom. Then I was on my way again, following the directions on the GPS to a huge mansion. I parked in the driveway and rang the bell, and to my shock, the door was opened by Dana, the bane of my life. I'd gotten the female lead in the school play instead of her last year, and she seemed to be holding on to a huge grudge ever since. Hi, you ordered chicken? Dana casually reached out to take the bags from me, and then tossed them aside.
So, the rumor is true. You're just a poor delivery girl running around town with greasy chicken. No wonder you always wear clothes that seem to be straight out of the trash. They smell like that too.
That'll be $20.
Here's $500. Keep the change. I know you badly need it.
I took the dollar bills, pulled out a 20, and put the rest on the floor. Not badly enough to accept it from you. And yeah, you shouldn't eat fried chicken. Maybe order a salad from someplace. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye! I turned around and hopped onto my scooter before she could reply.
I stood behind a pillar in the lobby of Dad's company Biotech, which was currently filled with journalists and photographers. My half-brother Ace stood confidently behind the podium on the makeshift stage, then signaled to one of the journalists to ask his question.
How does it feel to know that you'll be the country's youngest CEO at 18, 3 months from now?
It feels great. I know it's a huge responsibility, but I'm certainly up for the challenge. Next.
The company seems to be in some trouble. We haven't seen any groundbreaking product in a long time. Can you keep up with your competitors?
Yes, of course. We're always working on new ideas, and I believe in my team's ability to come up with something that will keep us on top. Thank you all for coming today. Please, help yourselves to the buffet.
As the journalists dispersed, Ace wasn't smiling as widely anymore. He walked over to Dad, and I made sure to stay out of sight as I listened to them talking.
I'm impressed with how you handled those questions, son. But we both know that we need something really innovative this time, and soon.
Don't worry, Dad. I got this.
Of course, I trust you. But we need some breakthrough research, and that's not your area of expertise. It's your brother's.
Ace just rolled his eyes at that.
I can always find a way. You know that. I just need a little more time, Dad.
Dad nodded and patted him on the back, and I slipped away. My half-brother was an arrogant jerk who always wanted me to stay in the shadows so he could be the face of Dad's company. Well, he might have the looks and charisma, but I had the brains, and I'd been working on something very promising that I hoped I could share with Dad soon.
I was at my desk trying to focus on what I was typing, but that was not happening with my BFF Clover yapping away and eating chips loudly.
Dina is such a witch. She thinks she can get away with anything because she's the principal's daughter. She looks like an evil frog. I'll give Frog-Faced Witch a piece of my mind in school tomorrow.
No, don't do that, Clover. She's not worth our time. Just forget about her.
Fine, if you insist. So, how's your story going? You're gonna get paid for it, right?
Yeah, it's just enough to help Mom with the bills this month. I have to submit it in 2 days, though, and I'm panicking because I'm having writer's block. But I noticed Clover wasn't even listening to me anymore and was busy leaning out the window.
Oh my, you better get your butt here this minute, sister. Guess who's back?
OMG, Ace? For real? Clover and I were practically drooling over the view next door. There was Ace, my gorgeous neighbor, stepping out of the pool with water rippling down his perfect. He's just the perfect hero for love stories. Handsome, smart, and so charming.
You're lucky you live next door to him. I'm so jealous.
But just then, his brother Dominic walked out to the poolside and blocked Ace from our view.
Ugh, Dominic is ruining the show. Why are you friends with the wrong half-brother again? You should have befriended the hot one.
Come on, Dom is nice. You'll have to accept at some point that he's also one of my best friends.
Yeah, a friend who's in love with you.
What? Ew, no! Dom is like a brother to me. Well, not a brother exactly, but we're just friends. We don't see each other that way.
Okay, if you say so. I guess you've never paid attention to how he says your name.
There's only one way to say my name.
No, he goes like, Sadie, like he's stretching it out in a sexy kind of way.
Where do you come up with this trash?
Look, only one of us can have Ace anyway, so you should take the dork.
Just then, I noticed Dominic turning his head to look directly at me and Clover. A smirk crept up on his face as he said something to Ace. Oh my god, what is he doing? Is he telling Ace we've been spying on him? Just then, Ace looked up at us and laughed, and Clover and I dropped to the floor in panic.
That jerk exposed us. I told you, you're friends with the wrong brother.
Ugh, that dimwit.
I was brimming with excitement as I worked in Dad's lab, feeling confident that this time my experiment would work. But seconds later, I was interrupted when the door flung open and Ace walked in like he owned the place.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here.
I think you missed the Do Not Disturb sign. What are you doing here anyway? Don't you have some party to go to?
Well, as the older and better brother who was chosen to lead this company by Dad one day, I thought I should come by and oversee things now and then.
I decided to ignore him as I continued working, but he walked closer to me and leaned on the counter.
If I were you, I'd spend less time in the lab and just focus on school, bro. I don't think your ideas are working out, and I may have to hire more capable scientists soon.
I'm not giving up yet. I think I'm close to something good.
Well, I'm not holding my breath.
And with that, he turned and left, leaving the door open. I walked behind him and slammed it shut. I hoped my idea would work, just so I could rub Ace's smug, stupid face in it.
I was determined to finish my story tonight no matter what. It was nice and quiet, I had my lucky socks on, and I just ordered my favorite banana pizza. Just as I was about to bite into a slice, my cat jumped up and snatched it from me. Hey, give that back, you greedy creature! Your cat food's in the bowl. This is mine! I chased Meowly Cyrus around the room, knocking over a bunch of things. It's the last piece, and I haven't eaten all day! I finally jumped forward and caught him. Gotcha! Just as I was about to snatch my slice from him, a roll of toilet paper came flying through the window and hit me on the forehead. I looked up annoyed to see Dominic climbing into the window ledge.
Let the poor cat eat in peace.
Stop acting like Meowly Cyrus's dad. Fine, Meowly. Here, have it. Are you happy now?
It's just a freaking pizza. A disgusting banana one, actually.
It's the meaning of my life, and you know it! Also, I'm still mad at you for yesterday. Why did you embarrass me and Clover in front of Ace? He must be thinking we're so lame!
He's not thinking about you. You're just one of his 1,000 fangirls.
Then he just flopped down on my bed, took out his own laptop from under it, and started working on something. I really hope you're doing some homework. You're always focused on your scientific research, and you'll fail high school at this rate.
This research is more important. I really need to prove my worth.
You know your dad loves you and Ace the same, right?
Sometimes I really don't think he does. And Ace definitely thinks he's better than me because his mom is rich and mine's poor. I know he's smart, but I really believe I can run Dad's company better. So I just gotta show him that. Sadie dropped down on the bed beside me and stared up at the ceiling, looking deep in thought. How's your romance story going?
I still need a few more scenes, but my mind isn't cooperating and I don't know why. He's just being difficult. And yes, it's a he. I've assigned a pronoun to each body part.
It's a surprise for someone as feminist as you to call the mind a he.
Well, he's annoying and stubborn and also gives me really stupid ideas at times. So yeah, it's a he.
Sadie sighed, then pulled out her hair tie and shook her hair out. And I felt kinda stunned. At that moment, she looked prettier than ever. Maybe you need to finally date someone. Experience is the best inspiration, you know.
Why would I date someone when we'll eventually break up? Nothing lasts forever, Dommy boy, so no thanks.
Wow, I didn't expect that coming from a romance writer.
The perfect love stories only exist on paper. Trust me.
Okay, Miss Cynical. What if you fake dated then? You know, role-playing can help visualize scenarios better.
That's an idea, but who would agree to fake date me?
I'm a very busy guy, but I could take out some time to help a friend in need.
What? I wouldn't be able to take you seriously for a second. That would never work.
And what prize would I get if I prove you wrong? Sadie smacked me with a pillow.
This and this too.
We both laughed as we broke up into a pillow fight.
The next day at school when the last bell rang, I was in a hurry to leave because I had to make Mom's deliveries. As I was rushing down the corridor, I suddenly went crashing straight into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see that it was freaking Dana. Oops, sorry, didn't see ya. As I quickly picked up my stuff, Dana's minion suddenly grabbed my arms.
Not so fast, honey.
And then Dana snatched my bag and took out my laptop.
Ooh, nice lappy. Where did you steal this from?
What? It's mine. Don't touch it. I tried moving towards Dana, but her minion was holding me back in a tight grip.
We've always wondered how a trashy peasant like you got accepted into this elite school.
There's a thing called a scholarship. I guess only smart kids know about it.
Look at that attitude. You don't belong here, delivery girl.
And with that, Dana threw the laptop on the floor so hard, it was instantly wrecked. No! Dana's minion let me go, and I kneeled down next to my poor laptop in despair. No, I don't have a backup for my story. Just then, I noticed a small crowd had gathered, which suddenly fell quiet and made way for someone to walk through. It was Margot, the most popular girl in school, who was sheer perfection from head to toe. But right now, her lovely face looked grim.
What's happening here?
Dana and her minion looked at each other in alarm.
Margot, we didn't do anything. She bumped into us on purpose.
We were just teaching her a lesson, I swear. She deserved it. She was really rude to me the other day.
Margot turned to Dana and gently pushed her against the wall.
Touch her again, and I'll make sure you'll regret it. Do you understand?
The two girls nodded their heads quickly and then fled the scene. Margot picked up my bag and handed it to me.
I'm sorry about what they did. I'll replace your laptop.
I tried to hold back my tears as I shook my head. You don't have to do that. It's not your fault.
I kind of feel like it is. They're my friends.
It's really not, and you're not them.
Okay, but if you change your mind, let me know.
I mustered a small smile and nodded, then watched Margot walk away. Rich, popular, pretty, and kind. I wish I could be like you. Later that night, I was sitting on my bed, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, when the doorbell rang downstairs. And to my surprise, it was a butler from Dominic's house with a package for me. I raced up to my room, ripping into the package like a ninja on a mission. Inside was the sleekest laptop I'd ever seen, shining like a knight's armor. Heard what happened in school today. I'm gonna be stuck in the lab till really late tonight, so I couldn't come see you. But you better not miss the deadline for that story. P.S. Don't drool on the keyboard, Dom. Oh my god, I could kiss you right now, Dom. I had to start the story from scratch, but I was suddenly pumped. I typed furiously the whole night and was finally done at dawn. At some point, I must have dozed off on my desk because I suddenly opened my eyes to find someone's face really close to me, and I jumped back with a shriek, falling off my chair. Dom, you scared the living daylights out of me.
I'm sorry. I was just checking to see if you were breathing. You're a very quiet sleeper. Have you submitted your story?
No, I need to do a final proofreading.
Why don't I do it for you?
I felt relieved as Dom took over my laptop, but then he made a funny face.
Princess Walk Walk. That's your pen name?
Yeah, it's cute, right? A chicken sound, like this. Bark, 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 bark.
Yeah, it's great. Got a nice ring to it. I'm sure Princess Walk Walk will be a very famous writer one day.
I stared sleepily at Dom's face as he read my story, and I couldn't help thinking that he looked really cute with his mussed-up hair.
Done! I think it's really good, Sadie. Send it.
I triumphantly sent the email and felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Wait, are you just coming back from the lab?
Yep, just thought I'd check on you before heading home, which I should do now. I could use a shower.
As he was leaving out the window, I placed a hand on his arm. Thank you again for everything. You're the best. Dom looked back at me with a serious expression that I couldn't read.
You're welcome. Actually, Sadie, before I go, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I think I'm just gonna say it now.
Oh my god, was he gonna tell me he liked me?
So, what's the emergency?
Okay, so, yesterday I was having trouble with my ideas for my romantic story, and Dominic suggested that he and I could fake date for inspiration. Of course, I didn't take that seriously, but then he sent me a brand new laptop last evening so I could finish my story. I mean, that was just him being a good friend. But then he popped by this morning to check up on me and said he wanted to tell me something, and he looked really serious. And then he just told me something about their company problems. But Clover, I think you might be right, and he wanted to tell me that he likes me. No, wait, what if he's obsessed with me? I can't lose him as a friend, Clover.
Wow. So this is the emergency you're talking about? And I already told you he likes you. So now you want to confirm it?
Yes, and you will help me. Clover immediately dug into her bag and took out a book titled How to Tell If a Guy Likes You. Here are 18 signs. You just have that lying around in your bag?
Yes, for moments just like this. Also, I have a book called How to Dump a Guy Nicely. Here are 18 ways, but it's too soon for that. Now, let's see what signs we've got here. Okay. A man's feet point out what he wants. So if his feet are pointed at you when you two are talking, he's into you. Check.
Where else would his feet be pointed? He can't stand like a penguin.
He remembers small details about you. Check. He's always there when you need him. Check.
We've known each other for so long. Of course most of those would apply.
Yes, but some things need further observation. Like, does he look for your reaction first when he makes a comment or joke in a group? And is he using alpha body language around you?
Alpha body? What does that even mean?
That means we need to test a theory. You'll have to engage Dominic in conversation and observe his reactions and body language. Then you tell me your observations and I'll interpret them.
Just like that?
Yep. It won't be anything difficult. You're just talking to him like usual. But you'll just pay more attention this time.
Okay, I suppose I can do that.
I was in my pajamas and taking a plate of food to my room when I spotted the maid talking to someone at our front door. And it was the last person I was expecting. Margot? What brings you here?
Oh, hi. Can I come in and explain myself?
Yeah, of course. Come in, please. The maid moved aside and let Margot in and then left. And as Margot looked at me with a half smirk, I was suddenly very aware of my stupid pajamas.
Dominic, right? I came to see your brother.
Oh, wow. So you know my name?
Of course, we're in the same class.
Yeah, I knew that. My brother's not home yet.
That's all right. I just wanted to return his wallet. He dropped it at the dance club earlier today.
You guys were there together?
No, I just found it on the floor and realized it was his because of the ID inside.
I see. Well, I'll make sure he gets this. Thanks. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell between us as my brain scrambled for words. You didn't steal anything, right?
Excuse me?
What I mean is, maybe you stole the wallet's heart. Margot just stared at me with a poker face, and I could feel myself turning red. Okay, that was stupid. Wallets don't have hearts. Sorry, I was just trying to make you laugh. I tend to be a bit awkward around pretty girls. Margot's face softened and she smiled, and I couldn't help thinking how gorgeous she was.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
I made my way over to Dominic's place, hoping to test out some of Clover's theories on him. I rang the doorbell a couple of times and nearly fell back in shock when Margot opened the door, giggling about something.
Hey, Sadie.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting to. And then I noticed Dominic behind her, grinning like he had a clothes hanger stuck in his mouth.
Oh, hi, Sadie. Did we have plans or something that I forgot about?
No, I just came to ask something.
Sure, what is it?
You know what? I'm suddenly blank. I've completely forgotten what it was. Stupid dumb me. I'll text you when I remember. Bye! Before he could reply, I just turned around and left, and seconds later, I heard the door shut behind me. Since when were Margot and Dominic hanging out together? And why was this even bothering me?
Once Margot had left, I headed over to Sadie's house to ask why she'd dropped by earlier. I jumped over the fence as usual and climbed up her window. Sadie was curled up on the bed with her back to me, seemingly asleep. I quietly tiptoed in and saw that she was actually watching an MSA video on her phone. I leaned forward and said, "Boo!" Sadie nearly fell off the bed as I laughed.
Holy freaking butthole, you scared me!
I can't believe you're still not used to this. God, you look so stupid every time.
Ha, very funny. Can we do this another time? I'm tired.
What a buzzkill. Did something happen? Do you want some pizza?
I told you, I'm just tired. Go away.
I was surprised and a bit disappointed. And I was about to leave when I found Meowly rubbing herself against my leg.
Oh, hello there, Meowly. Do you know how to twerk?
Meowly suddenly sneered and scratched my hand hard. Ow, bad kitty! Look, Sadie, she scratched me.
I've been telling you, Meowly is evil, but you always take her side.
She glared at Meowly, who was busy licking its butt now, and then rummaged through her drawers for her first aid kit.
Give me your hand.
I immediately obliged, and as she put a bandage on, I couldn't help sneaking a few glances at her face.
There you go.
Thanks. So, did Princess Walk Walk get her first ever pay?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm gonna buy something for Mom tomorrow. It's her birthday. Also, I'm throwing a little dinner party for her, and I'd love it if you and Clover could join.
Of course, we'll be there. Is that what you came to say earlier?
Oh, yeah. I thought it would be rude to invite you to a party and not invite Margot. Although, I don't even know her, but yeah, I thought I'd just tell you later. And I had no idea you two were friends.
Well, we're not. Not really. She had just come by to return Ace's wallet.
Oh, so they're like a thing.
That's what I thought. But no, he dropped his wallet in a club and she found it. Anyway, let's go find some praying mantis in the yard.
You and your obsession with that weird insect. Go to sleep, buddy.
It's just 10 at night. Come on, princess. Let's go have your favorite strawberry shake after. Sadie looked a bit thoughtful for a few seconds, then said,
Okay, I'm in. Later when we were at the diner, I was watching Dominic placing our order at the counter, and I couldn't help wondering why I was finding him extra attractive these days. Soon, he came to the table with just one milkshake in hand. Just one?
Yep, we'll share it.
Are you out of cash? You could have just told me.
No, I have enough money. I was just thinking that maybe we could push that fake dating thing if you want. To give you more ideas for your next story. Couples share food and drinks, I'm guessing.
I was slightly taken aback, but I covered it up quickly by laughing out loud. I didn't think you were serious. Doing that with you sounds super weird.
Why would it be weird? I'm just trying to help you, and we're just friends, right? Unless you're secretly in love with me or something.
Oh God, please don't say that again. It almost gave me a stroke.
Too bad it didn't happen.
I just grabbed the shake from him and sipped on it while I prepared myself to test out Clover's signs.
If a guy likes you, he should maintain eye contact most of the time.
I leaned over on the table and stared intently at Dominic, who looked weirded out.
What you doing?
Nothing. You're ugly, and I just realized that you have two eyes.
You just realized that? Did you hit your head somewhere?
Just then, a pretty waitress walked by, and Dominic was immediately distracted.
He will try to impress you most of the time.
Didn't look like Dominic was making any effort to impress me. In fact, he let out a long burp, and I felt disgusted.
He finds small ways to compliment you.
As I fixed my hair and tried to look cute, Dominic made a weird face.
Why are you pouting? You look like a dying fish.
He finds small ways to touch your arm or hand while talking.
Oh my God, you gotta look at this dog and monkey video. It's so funny.
Just then, he punched my arm hard like I was his bro or something. And it actually hurt. Can we go home now? As we drove back, I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It looked like he wasn't into me after all.
I was at my best friend Justin's place for our weekly video game night, and I was finding it hard to focus.
Come on, dude. Stop being a wuss and play like a man.
I'm trying. Okay, actually, no, I'm not trying. I give up. I'm just not in the mood today, sorry.
Then why did you come over to challenge me?
I just needed someone to talk to.
Since I'm your only other friend besides Sadie, I guess you want to talk to me about Sadie. What happened? Did you two fight?
No, we're fine.
Then what? You finally realized that you like her?
What? No! And why would I like her? She's like a cousin.
Yeah, okay. I believe you.
I mean it. I don't like her. Not like that. And besides, she likes my brother. He's good looking and literally good at everything.
You're smarter than him, though.
I'm more book smart, but he's smarter in business and life. Of course Sadie will like him.
You're in deep trouble, dude.
You're useless. Do you know that?
Whatever. What is it you want to tell me?
Nothing now. I'm off. Bye. I threw a pillow at his head and left.
Mom's little birthday party had gone great, and she loved the present I got her. The next morning, I used a tidbit of makeup and decided to let down my hair. As I walked into school, I could feel more eyes on me than usual. Later that day, I was supposed to meet Dominic in the library, and I wanted to see his reaction too. But he was 20 minutes late. Finally, I called him. "Where are you? We don't have all day to finish this homework. The class will start in 15 minutes.
Sorry, I'll be late today. I'm at the lab. Can you just work on mine too? Pretty please?
No.
Come on! You can do this for your best friend who's amazing and has been busy cracking the cure for paralysis for months now.
Okay, fine.
Thanks, you're the best.
I rolled my eyes and hung up and went back to focusing on my homework. But sometime later when I lifted my head, I noticed Ace sitting at a table across the room. He looked super serious, talking to someone on the phone in a low voice while flipping through a business book. Ace? In the library? That's gotta be a first. I went back to work, and when I looked at the time, I realized I was running late for class. As I rushed out, someone reached for the doorknob at exactly the same time as me, and our hands brushed. I looked up to see it was Ace, who had a half smile on his face. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please. After you.
I could feel myself turning red as I smiled and stepped out, and Ace followed me.
Did you see that?
What?
Ace and Sadie. They came out of the library together.
And she's looking pretty decent this time. There's something fishy going on here.
It's just a coincidence. Dom has low standards to be friends with someone like her, but Ace is classy.
Yeah, but she is smart and pretty and lives right next to him.
But you're right. If Ace finally dates someone, it would probably be someone like you.
Someone like me? It should definitely be me. That girl should stay away from my Ace.
Girl, you're pathetic. You went out with him once in the 7th grade, right? And now you're acting like you have 5 children together or something.
Excuse me?
No, excuse me. I mean, get out of my way. Hey, Sadie, wait for me.
Later that evening, Mom and I had gone out for groceries, but when we returned and walked into our house, we were shocked to find our living room completely trashed. Oh my God, who did this? I'm gonna call the police. I whipped out my cell phone immediately, but Mom suddenly stopped me. That's when I saw the handwritten note she was holding in her hand, which said, "You're running out of time."
No. Oh God. I know who did this.
You do? What's happening, Mom? Who's that note from? Mom looked terrified and started to cry, and I gently led her to the couch. Mom, whatever it is, please tell me. Once she was a bit calmer, she started to speak.
I took out loans from some people for business in this house a long time ago, and I've been repaying them over the years, but this year it just started to get a bit overwhelming. I've been late with some payments, and they're not happy about it.
Why didn't you go to the bank for loans?
I can't, sweetie. You know I'm an illegal immigrant.
You should have told me about this earlier. I could have looked for another job besides writing.
I didn't want to burden you with more. I'm so sorry, Sadie.
I hugged Mom tight, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay, when suddenly we heard a loud thud outside, and we both froze in alarm.
We had just sat down for dinner when Ace sniffed the air, then made an annoyed face.
Dad, can we please move to a better neighborhood?
Why? It's a nice place and our house is fancy enough.
But the smell of fried chicken is killing me.
Who hates the smell of fried chicken?
I do. It's all I can think about all day and I can't even eat it. Do you know how hard I work out?
Okay, enough with the nonsense talk, boys. I have an important announcement to make tonight.
I already knew what it was, and I could barely hide my glee.
I got a call from Dr. Henry at the lab some time ago, and he informed me that Dominic just made what could be the medical breakthrough of the decade.
Ace looked completely stunned.
Several companies are already showing interest in buying the research to produce it. Dom, you may just have solved the company's financial problems.
Dad, I want us to produce and distribute it ourselves. Trust me, it'll bring more money to the company. I've worked out the numbers.
And here I thought you don't have a business mind. Ace, your brother is giving you some tough competition for the CEO spot. Now let's raise a toast to him. To Dominic.
To Dominic.
The next day, I decided to join the gym where Ace worked out, and he clearly wasn't happy to see me. He put on boxing gloves and started hitting the punching bag, and I was certain he was imagining it was my face. I started exercising too, but just a few minutes later, I heard a girl's shrill scream, and I turned around to find Dana on the floor next to Ace, who looked very confused.
Oh my god, you hit my cheek with your elbow.
I did?
You did. It hurts so much. Oh god, my flawless cheek will be bruised till Christmas.
I controlled my laughter and walked over to Ace as Dana's loud wailing continued drawing attention.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you stop crying, please? Let me take you to the clinic downstairs.
I think it's better if you just take me to lunch. I'm sure an ice pack would help my bruise.
Bro, it's the least you could do after hitting her. Ace glared at me as he turned to Dana.
Sorry, but I don't have time for...
Oh my god, this hurts. My face.
Fine. I think lunch is a good idea. Dom, you should join us too.
Does he have to?
I'd love to. Later in the food court, I couldn't stop grinning as Dana slurped loudly on an extra-large smoothie while Ace looked bored and annoyed.
I can't believe I'm looking at the future president of biotech. Wow.
Who are you talking about?
Me, of course.
It's not set in stone, bro.
Ew, of course it's gonna be Ace. You're so cool, Ace. Your next girlfriend would be the luckiest girl on Earth, babe.
She winked at him, and he just stared back at her blankly.
This is just the best second date ever.
How is this a date? And when did we have our first?
Don't you remember our 7th grade date? You know, that time we went to the amusement park and you held my hand on the merry-go-round?
And then you puked on my shoes? Holy sh... Your vomit girl?
Yes, that's me. And it's so cute you have a nickname for me too. I think I'm gonna cry.
OMG, you guys are just meant to be!
Dom, why are you even here?
You literally invited me.
Dana, are you feeling better now?
So much better.
Great. Now if you'll excuse me, I have important things to do.
What? But...
Ace left before she could even finish, and I burst out laughing. I paid for it immediately when Dana dunked the rest of her smoothie on my head and stormed off. But it was kind of worth it.
I was sitting with Clover in the cafe when Justin came by looking for Dominic. I told him we were waiting for him too, and he plopped his butt next to us and started playing on his phone. Clover looked annoyed at him as usual and was sipping her juice loudly when suddenly she started coughing hard. Hey, are you okay?
What a careless squid.
Did you just call me a squid?
What should I call you dressed like that? A beautiful princess from a faraway land?
Finally, you're making some sense.
I was laughing at their dumb banter when Dominic walked in, smiling from ear to ear.
Here comes the superstar. You're all over the news, dude. Fist bump.
I'm so proud of you, Dom.
I wanted to celebrate it with you last night, but Dad kept me really busy.
I guess you're the favorite son now.
You bet I am.
Okay, Dominic's here now, so tell us your news, Sadie.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to bring the mood down, but I really have to tell you guys this. So, Mom told me something. As I was speaking, Dom's phone kept ringing, and he was obviously distracted.
I'm so sorry, guys. I need to take this. It could take a while.
He got up to answer the call, and Justin picked up his bag too.
Okay then, I'm gonna head out.
Literally no one asked, and also, we don't care.
Justin picked up her sandwich from her food tray, made a peace sign, and left.
Ugh, he's so annoying. Why is Dom even friends with him? Speaking of which, it looks like Dommy Boy is booked and busy now.
Of course he is, and I'm happy for him.
I hope he doesn't forget all about us soon. So, what were you saying about your mom again?
Yeah, about that. Some really shady people are after us. They broke into our house and destroyed the living room and threw some big rocks at our door.
What? That's terrifying. Did you call the police?
No, we can't do that. It's a long story.
Dad had booked a private hall in a hotel for the night's event, and the place was bustling with people in expensive suits and gowns. As Dad stepped onto the small stage, the chatter and the music died down as all eyes turned to him.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Tonight is a very special night because we are celebrating a milestone in my younger son's career as a scientist. His amazing new product will be available on the market in 3 weeks' time.
He beamed at me proudly as the audience applauded. Dad raised his glass, and everyone followed him.
I present to you with great pride the brains behind our company's latest contribution to the medical field, Dominic!
As everyone joined Dad's toast, my gaze shifted to Ace. I could tell how forced his smile was, and I'd never felt more satisfied. After socializing with a bunch of people, I slipped away for a bit to get a break. I just sat down at the bar when Dad approached me, along with a sophisticated-looking couple.
Dominic, there you are! I would like you to meet Mr. Hansen, the CEO of one of the biggest mobile companies in the country. And this is his wife, Senator Hansen.
As I thanked them for coming, suddenly, someone else joined us.
I'm sorry, I got caught up in the restroom.
Margot?
Dominic! Hey! Congratulations!
So, you know each other?
Yes, sir. We are...
Friends. We're in the same class. And, yeah, we're close friends. Right, Dom?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, how lovely. How come you two never mentioned you were friends, Margot?
You never asked.
I'm very pleased you two are well acquainted. We'll leave you two in each other's company then while we talk business.
When our parents were far enough, I turned to Margot. What was all that about?
I'm so sorry for putting you on the spot. My parents are always after me for not being social enough, and I knew they'd be happy if they thought we were friends.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Would you like some fruit punch?
Sure, why not?
The bartender got us our drinks and we sipped away in awkward silence before Margot broke it.
Well, I didn't completely lie. We're in the same class.
You got a point. So that just makes you half a liar. Is that better? Margot laughed, and I felt rather pleased with myself. She finished her drink and got up to leave.
See you around, Dominic. I'll look forward to your jokes next time.
I could feel myself turn red as I smiled and watched her walk away.
I kept looking out my window impatiently, wondering when Dominic would be back. He hadn't replied to my texts, and when I called him, he didn't answer either. Just then, I looked out the window again, and to my surprise, I found Ace by the pool. If he's back from the event, shouldn't Dom be too? I decided to just go over and ask Ace. I walked through the gap in the fence that divided our houses and went to the pool area. Ace was propped up against the ledge, with his head leaning back and his eyes closed. Hi. Sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to ask where Dominic is. He hasn't been answering my calls. Ace turned around with a half smirk on his face.
He's still pretty busy with all the attention he's getting now. He's been craving this kind of validation his whole life, you know?
I was just asking if he's already home because I was getting worried. As I was speaking, Ace got out of the pool, stood in front of me, and started shaking water out of his hair.
Oh, yeah?
And then, out of nowhere, he pulled me in by the waist till our faces were inches apart. What are you doing?
You got a stray eyelash.
He flicked it away gently from my cheek. Wow, how did you see that? It's pretty dark.
Perfect vision, I guess.
Then he winked at me and let me go. I was still feeling pretty confused by the whole situation when I spotted Dom walk up to the front door of their house.
As I stormed angrily towards the door, I couldn't believe that I'd just seen Ace and Sadie kissing. Yeah, sure, I knew everyone had a crush on Ace, but I never imagined Sadie would like Ace seriously. Just as I was opening the main door, I saw Sadie running up to me.
Hey, buddy, where have you been? I called you a whole lot.
Sadie, if you don't mind, I'm exhausted right now. Let's talk tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Good night then.
I managed to give her a weak smile before I went in and closed the door. It felt like my heart was burning.
The next day at school, I was still feeling troubled by Dom's behavior, and I started talking to Clover about it as we put away our stuff in the lockers. So, last night, I went over to Dom's place, and just then, I noticed Clover wasn't even listening and was watching something over my shoulder.
Wait, is that Dom?
I turned around, and I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Dom's shirt was unbuttoned at the top. He wasn't wearing thick glasses anymore, and his hair was slicked back with gel. Other kids in the hallway were turning around to look at him as he walked towards us.
You're Dominic the science nerd, right?
Hey! What's with the new look? We barely recognized you. But Dominic just ignored us like we were invisible. And then to my shock, he walked straight to Margot at the end of the hall. The two of them left together, laughing and chatting.
Did he just ignore us and walk up to Margot?
I just stayed quiet as I watched them, and suddenly Justin was beside me.
Is that our boy? What happened to his hair?
Beats me. We're running late for class, Clover.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
I shrugged and left.
Hey, can you take your headphones off for 1 second? We need to talk.
Do we really need to?
Yes, we do. What's going on with Dominic? Did he say anything to you about Sadie or Margot?
What Dominic and I talk about stays between us. And you shouldn't be so nosy. You're already annoying enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my video game to get to.
Hope you lose badly.
The next day, when I walked into the kitchen, I found Mom sitting at the table with her head in her hands. Mom, are you all right? Mom looked up and she was crying. Mom, what's wrong?
The people who trashed our house, their boss called earlier and reminded me of the money I owe him. I told him I could pay a portion of it soon, but he wants the full amount. Sadie, he was the one who helped me with my immigration papers. He said if I don't pay up soon, he could easily mess up my documents and get me deported.
What? Mom, he can't do that. Can he? She just looked at me sadly, and I hugged her tight, feeling panicked. I called up Clover later and told her everything, and she immediately told me to talk to Dom. He's been so busy and, I don't know, acting weird. But this qualifies as an emergency, right?
Yeah, dude, his family's influential, and he is your friend. Listen, I gotta go, but talk to him right now and update me.
Clover hung up, and I looked over at his place. She was right. He had to be there for me now. I marched over to his mansion immediately. The maid let me in and told me Dominic was in the library. When I walked in, I spotted Dom in the armchair by the fireplace reading a book. Hey, Dominic didn't react, and I thought he hadn't heard me. I inched closer and tapped him on the shoulder. That's when he looked up at me, then slowly put his book away.
Sorry, I didn't notice you coming in. What's up?
I was about to speak, but his phone rang and he held up his hand, asking me to wait.
Sir? Of course, yes, I'll be there. I'm on my way.
He ended the call and awkwardly rubbed his neck.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
You don't have 5 minutes? It's kind of important.
Not right now. Maybe later?
Sure. He didn't even look at me again as he rushed out, and suddenly, my eyes welled up with tears. I was leaving the mansion when Ace caught up with me.
Hey, hold up. You look upset. Is everything okay?
Hi. Yeah, it's nothing, really.
I may not be Dom, but if you need someone to talk to, I can listen, you know?
It's just some silly stuff, Ace. I wouldn't bore you with it. And I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Try me. Come on.
Ace led me to the living room, and I decided to open up to him. Okay, I really don't know what to do anymore. I found out recently that we are neck deep in debt. The shady people that my mom owes money to are threatening to take our house, as well as mess with my mom's immigration status because they helped her with those papers. Ace was quiet and looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
If your mom's immigration papers are processed legally, then there's nothing to worry about. I know a few people in the immigration office, and I'll ask them to do it.
You would? Why?
Sadie, I've known you just as long as Dom has. We're neighbors. We aren't close, but I consider you a friend. Trust me, this isn't a big deal.
Ace, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events. But I was gonna take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm gonna use it to bring you down very soon.
The first time I saved a life, I was 6 years old. I was having dinner with my parents when I saw my neighbor through my window, suddenly fainting on her couch. I suddenly felt a pain in my chest, and I knew that she was feeling it too. That lady was in danger. I made my parents follow me to her house and call 911. She'd been having a heart attack, and the doctors saved her life thanks to our help. That was the day my powers were recognized. You see, I've always been a bit different from others around me. My parents didn't realize it for the longest time. They thought it was just funny that I burped every time they did. They loved me for how I always seemed to know how they were feeling. I was the dream daughter, but they never thought that I was some kind of medical marvel. After many years of testing, we discovered that I had a rare condition called mirror touch synesthesia. I could physically feel what other people feel, so long as I was looking at them. I became an instant hit among the doctors in town. Synesthesia this strong was rare to find, and they were all clawing at the chance to study me. I wanted to help people with what my dad called my superpower. So I answered doctors' questions day after day and let them run countless tests on me. And the day they published their findings, everything changed. I went to school like it was any ordinary day, and noticed that the vibe was totally different. People were saying hello to me. They wanted to talk to me and sit with me at lunch. Wait, what? I'd always been the weird, emotional loner. Why was I suddenly Miss Popular? Everyone was curious about me and wanted my attention. Even Selena, the most popular girl in school. When I was heading to class, she pulled me aside. You're the girl who can feel people's emotions, right? Yes? Great. I need you to do something for me. Apparently, Selena was in a crisis. She was sure her boyfriend was cheating on her, and she wanted me to watch him while she asked him the truth. He's too good a liar. The only person he can't lie to is you, Lucia. I don't know. I'll give you $100. Sold. She took me to the football field where her boyfriend was hanging out with the other players. Tell me the truth, Sam. Are you cheating on me? The entire team fell silent as everyone stared at the two. No way, babe. You're the only one for me. Selena turned to me. Sorry, he's lying. I can feel his guilt. Sam, you total jerk. Babe, don't tell me you believe this loony over me. You bet I do. We're over, jerkface. Come on, Lucia, let's go. Selena stormed away, pulling me along. She took me to her cheerleading gang and told them what I did for her. Before I knew it, I had become a celebrity among the girls in my school. I could tell girls who had a crush on them and who hated them. I even knew if their boyfriends had a secret crush on their sisters. The assignments got crazier by the day, and the payments got bigger. Once my list of clients began to grow, I decided to take my business a step further. I built a simple app that the girls could use to reach me with their problems. I could tell a lot just looking at a photo. The app spread through my school like wildfire. I had a new energy when I went to school now. I was the most popular girl in school and I loved it. I now had a huge, strong troop of loyal girlfriends. I was invited to every party and sleepover, and my social schedule was always packed. And best of all, the money I made really helped my parents out. I paid off our mortgage and bought them a car. And I had money left over to buy myself an awesome gaming setup and a whole new wardrobe. Life was going great, till the day I decided to ask Nate, the new boy, out. Nate was such a total babe that I knew I had to ask him out. So I made my move at lunch. He noticed me as I came near him, and his boredom changed to fear? Before I could even process his emotions, he picked up his tray and ran away. What was happening? I tried to talk to Nate once more when we were leaving school that day, but one look at me and he ran away again. I looked around me in shock, and that's when I suddenly noticed it. I gasped. There were no boys near me. They'd all formed small groups that hovered at the edges of the parking lot, and they were always looking at me. Even at this distance, I could feel it. I walked towards them, and they literally ran away from me like scared little rabbits. What's up with the boys, Selena? They're scared of you, Luce. They know that if you see them up close, you'll know all their little secrets. So it turned out that my powers were scaring all the boys away from me. I tried to ignore it at first, but it started to get under my skin. First, they stopped partnering with me in class. Then they started wearing hoodies and sunglasses to school to hide their faces from me. Till one day, they even started disappearing from the hallways when they saw me. This was getting beyond ridiculous. As if this wasn't bad enough, this Lucy phobia meant my job was getting harder too. Now that the boys were avoiding me, I was always hiding and wearing disguises to spy on people's dates. Thankfully, the money was still rolling in. But when I didn't get asked out for the spring dance, I was devastated. I turned off my app for a day. I didn't want to hear anyone's problems today. I had enough of my own. Selena called me 5 minutes later. Hey, why is your app not working? Because I don't want to work. Why not? Luce, I want you. It's like life and death. It's Alex. Ugh. Alex was some boy from another high school that Selena had been crushing on forever. He's coming to my party tonight, and I'm gonna finally ask him out. You have to come too because I obviously, totally need you. When I tried to refuse, she offered to triple my rate. I gave in. Fine. Just this last time. I promise I won't need your help once I have Alex. I sure hoped so. Her party was a wild, crowded scene. But even here, the boys took one terrified look at me and moved away. That's it. I'm out, I thought as I stormed off away from them and crashed right into someone, spilling water all over them. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's okay, beautiful. I looked up in surprise to see the most gorgeous boy I had ever laid eyes on. But I ruined your shirt. I don't mind you ruining anything I own. I could feel that he meant it. I blushed. Now, show me where I can clean up. I led him to the bathroom. We talked while we ran through Selena's giant mansion, and it felt amazing. Finally, a boy who didn't look at me like I was a ghost. Then as we spoke, he suddenly took off his shirt to dry it over a heating vent. He looked so hot, I literally wanted to melt. Are you checking me out? No. Liar. He grinned at me. My face was pretty much entirely red now as I turned to leave. Perhaps you could continue checking me out over dinner sometime. I was too shocked to hide my surprise. You're asking me out on a date? I know, it's a bit fast. I mean, I don't even know your name. I gasped. That's why he was so chill. He didn't know who I was. But sometimes you just have a feeling, you know? I knew exactly how he felt. Just as I was about to say yes, Selena showed up behind us. Lucia, Alex, you already met. I nearly passed out. He was Alex? The Alex? Why is he shirtless? Alex answered her while I mentally kicked myself repeatedly, hard. I wanted the one guy I couldn't have tonight, and he wanted me. But that didn't matter. Selena quickly texted me to go away and watch them from a distance because she was gonna ask him out. I made a lame excuse and started walking away when I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Alex. Hey, before you go, were you gonna say yes? I panicked and blurted out, yes to what? Going out with me? Sorry, no. I walked away hurriedly and sat with them in my vision. I watched Selena ask him out. I felt Alex's disappointment as he said yes. I was disappointed too. Selena begged me to shadow them for 2 dates, just till he asked her to be his girlfriend. With the crazy money she was offering, I just had to do it. I could retire. On their first date, I was very careful and wore my best disguise. I was watching Alex's face over the top of my book when suddenly he looked at me, like right at me. He recognized me. I could feel his confusion and amusement. He was about to come over. I panicked and slid under the table. Nice outfit, Lucia. He walked away without waiting for a reply. I had no answers to give when Selena grilled me. I can't believe he spotted you. Ugh, look, I need you there when I ask him to be my boyfriend. So I'll just do it in a public event, like a party. Unstoppable Selena put together an event faster than I could blink. I went for my last assignment, sulking the whole way there. But then I saw Alex at the party, and he made my heart hurt. Where on earth would I find a boy like him again? Are you ready? I nodded grumpily. She took Alex aside and told him how she felt. The first thing I felt was Alex's polite but firm no. I could sense Selena's anger and disappointment as she turned around and ran away. Just then, Alex turned and walked right up to me. You're not a very good spy, but you're a very good friend. Helping Selena out like this with your powers when you clearly have a crush on me. My face was red again. So what? You have a crush on me. Yeah? But you know what I do. Why aren't you running like the other boys? Because I have nothing to hide. Plus, you're just too gorgeous to ignore. Will you go out with me? Just don't ruin my shirt. I finally said yes. It was so exciting to finally go out on dates with an amazing person. I was blissfully happy till the day I walked into Alex's prom, totally unaware of what was waiting for me inside. All the girls from my school were here. Selena was here too, and she walked up to the stage pointing at me. There she is, girls. There's the awful girl who promised to help me and then stole my boyfriend. The girls began to boo me loudly. Let this be a warning to all of you. Never, ever hire Lucia ever again. The girls began to boo even louder. I wasn't even dating Selena. She's nuts. It's okay, Alex. I could feel the hatred of literally 100 girls right now, but I really meant that. I was done helping them. My life at school went back to usual and people quickly forgot I even existed. They left me alone, but this time, I wasn't lonely. I had a lot more confidence and an amazing boyfriend by my side who loved me. With Alex and my parents' support, I finished my education in psychology and began to help people as a licensed therapist. I finally started using my powers the way they were meant to be used, to save lives.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to the story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. "When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow," she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life, free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. Okay, but just for a day. I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us. Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me, and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. They are, every last one of them. She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand? You can't expect me to keep quiet about this, I said. They need to know. Griselda slammed her fist on the table. No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it. She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. Help me, I said. She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her. Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. I'm not doing anything illegal, she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law, and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her, though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I live in a hidden village high up in the mountains. My father was from a long line of wealthy traders who built these castles themselves. They built a huge wall around the town to keep us safe, and the kids were forbidden from going outside. Obviously, that meant we tried to leave all the time. We would dare each other to get past the gates, but there were 100 guards ready to stop us. The others laughed it off, but I was mad. My father went out for trades all the time. Why couldn't I? When I was 10, I sneaked into his bags before a trip, and I jumped out once the carriage left town. Woohoo! I'm outside with you, Papa! He screamed, and his guards almost jumped on me. Father made the carriage turn back, but he made a stop on the way and showed me a dark, chilly forest.
This is the outside world, Lily. It's full of horrible monsters and bad people. As the future chiefess of our town, you have to be inside to be safe.
I believed my father completely, and I raced back into the carriage. When I reached home, I told everyone who would listen all about it. Father said there are monsters with giant teeth who chase you, and it's always dark and cold. I'm never going outside again. Suddenly, I heard someone laughing at me. It was Arthur, the boy who delivered milk to the town every day.
There are no such things as monsters. The chief is a liar.
How dare you? Take that back.
Nuh-uh. I live outside and I have never seen any monsters. And it's sunny all the time. You're a fool.
Everyone laughed at me and I turned red with embarrassment. People started asking Arthur what he had seen, and he said there were towns way bigger than ours. There was even something called a school where hundreds of children got together to play games and learn skills. Hundreds of children? Our entire village had 30 kids. I couldn't believe Father lied to me. I demanded that he tell me the truth and let me out, but he refused.
You are my princess. This is the only place I can keep you safe.
His control over me changed everything. Over the next few years, I stopped being the sweet Lily he used to know. I turned into a total troublemaker. I broke expensive vases he got from his travels and tore up tapestries he dearly loved. One time he had an important meeting with big traders, and I let all of our goats run free into the room. It was so funny to watch all the men screaming. Father was furious at my antics, and one night I overheard him talking to my mom about setting my engagement.
If we get her married, I can officially make her the chiefess. Then she can stay here forever.
Be here? Forever? This was my nightmare. I knew that if I wanted to see the world outside these walls, I had to do something drastic. The only person I could think of was Arthur, the milk boy. He rode into our town in a carriage every day, so I packed up some gold and clothes and sneaked inside. I held my breath as Arthur rode out of town, but when we were away from the walls, I couldn't help but scream. Yes, I made it out!
Ah! What are you doing here?
I needed to get out of there. You can take me to a new town, right?
Are you joking? Your father will end me.
Just then, loud bells started ringing through the village. Alarms.
They must know you're missing. I'm taking you back.
No, please, I'm begging you. If I go back, my father will get me married to some stranger, and I'll be locked in there forever.
Not my problem.
I'll give you all the gold I have on me. I showed him the contents of my purse, and he agreed to help me right away. Yes! Arthur's carriage raced away from my village, and I finally got to see the outside world for real. Yes, there were dark, scary forests, but they ended soon, and we reached a bright town that was bursting with people. Arthur tried to leave me in the middle of the crowded square, but I held on to him. No, you have to keep me with you.
Not a chance. There's going to be guards looking for you all over.
I gave you all the gold I had. The least you can do is give me a place to sleep one night, please? He groaned and took me to his house, complaining the whole way there. I got to meet Arthur's family, his mother and his little sister Gwen. When I told them the story of my escape, Gwen and his mother accepted me with open arms. I can't believe you've never been to school.
You're much too young to be engaged.
You can stay here until your father sees sense. Arthur protested, but the ladies shouted him down. They even had a secret basement to hide me in when the guards came to search everyone's houses. Even though they wanted to help me, living here was not easy. Even though I wore an elaborate disguise, Arthur's neighbors noticed I was new, and they were so nosy. One evening, all of them streamed into the house to ask who I was.
Is she the lost girl? The one all the soldiers are searching for?
No, I'm Arthur's cousin.
Arthur doesn't have any cousins. We've known him our whole life. Who are you really?
I thought I was done for, but Arthur stepped in and said,
"She's my fiancé."
Everyone gasped, and my jaw was on the floor.
She's from another village. She's visiting to see her future home. She's really shy, so please stop staring at her.
People walked away, whispering to each other, and I threw my arms around Arthur. Thank you. Now that everyone thought I was his fiancé, I was free to roam around town, and Gwen even took me to school. I got to play games I'd never even heard of, with more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was just getting used to... Hi, I'm Freya from England. Before you hear my story, like and subscribe to For Eve. I was born to super rich parents who were extremely competitive. They wanted to be the best at everything and would include me and my sister Olivia in the race to prove the world how great our family was.
You're both learning to play the piano. Be ready by next week. The one who plays the best will go on a yacht while the other stays home. Got it?
Yacht? It's boring. I'd rather stay home and write poems and stuff.
Poems? Are you trying to give me a heart attack or something? Why can't you develop better taste like your sister? Perhaps focus a bit on playing chess? Or perhaps ballet if you want to go all artistic. Ugh, never mind. I'm sure Olivia's the one who's going to win the yacht trip anyway.
Well, in my mom's eyes, I was never good at anything. My parents barely noticed me. But Olivia, oh, she was Miss Perfect and the most annoying. And for some reason, her life's mission was to always remind me that she was better than me. Come on, Mom. It wasn't like Freya ever had a chance against me. Tell me, dear sister, why are you like this? The only one I was close to was my grandma, who always encouraged me to do whatever made me happy. Grandma always wore a beautiful bracelet that jingled that her grandma gave her when she was a kid. She always told me how it brought her good luck and promised to give it to me one day. Once when I was 12, Mom and Dad wanted Olivia to participate in a chess competition, just because Dad's business rival's son was participating too. Olivia, I need you to win this one. There is no other option. We want to teach that guy a lesson. Our family is the champion of this town. I could have asked Freya, But you can't count on her. I know. Don't worry, Mom. I got it. I'll make you proud. I promise. Whatever. It wasn't like I was remotely interested in pleasing Mom anyway. Although Olivia was good at chess, the pressure to win had her going crazy. She started drinking coffee and kept reading books about chess. It was insane. One night before the competition, as I was going to my room, I saw Grandma in Olivia's room hugging her. Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. I know you'll win this one. I don't know if I will. I am so nervous. Can I have this, please? You only love Freya and never even think about me. If you'll give it to me, maybe I'll win. Please, please, please. Oh, all right. Here you go. As Grandma gave the bracelet to Olivia, I felt green with jealousy. How could Olivia get the one thing that Grandma promised to give me? She can't always win. So later that night, I sneaked into Olivia's room and threw the bracelet out of the window so no one could find it. In the morning, I woke up to find Olivia running around the house trying to find the bracelet. When she couldn't, she had to go to the competition without it. Later when she returned, I learned that she had lost. Mom and Dad were furious, but Olivia was more worried about losing Grandma's bracelet. She thought she was now jinxed because of losing it, and it made me feel terrible. I had always thought I was above all of the jealousy and competitiveness, but I wasn't. I was just like Mom, Dad, and Olivia. Maybe worse for throwing away Grandma's precious bracelet. So I told my grandma the truth, and she looked so disappointed, but she eventually forgave me and told me there was nothing more precious than me. One time when I was 15, Mom and Dad took us out to a really fancy hotel, and there I heard people clapping. It was a show, and people were coming on stage and sharing their poetry. Gathering courage, I also went to the stage and took the mic. The moment I opened my eyes, I know it's time to start the fight. I don't want to, but I have to. Can they never see that I don't want to? As I went on, people loved my poetry, and I knew I wanted to become a poet when I grew up. When I told Mom and Dad about it, they totally freaked out. But we wanted you to get into a good university and then become a doctor or something. No one is impressed by your sad poems. I didn't want to impress anyone. It was something I was doing for myself. So I just started writing and would always participate with poetry groups and perform on the streets. One night, a boy stood in the crowd, and when I was done, he clapped the loudest. Every night I performed, I saw him. One night, he stayed when the rest left. You write the most beautiful words I've ever heard. And I should know. Why's that? Actually, my parents are in the music business too, and alright, I'm sort of a singer myself. But I'd die before asking my parents to launch me. Usually, talentless rich kids who want to be singers write their own lyrics, and it's always about breakups or how awesome their life is. But your stuff, it's deep. It's got soul. Thanks a lot. So tell me, since you watched my free show every day, when am I gonna hear you sing? I do owe you a song, but it does look like you're making some good money off your free show. Well, I have to make my own money. I can't take anything from my parents. Oh, I get it. Here you go. The guy's name was John, and I knew he thought I was poor, but it was better than telling him I was from a family that hated what I did. Soon, John and I started meeting every night. We both loved sitting together as we read the verses from my notebook. It was something I could do with him forever. But then one day, he told me he was leaving. I got accepted into this boarding school for artists in LA. They have awesome programs for musicians and poets too. Maybe you can apply next year. I'm sure your work can get you a scholarship. And I did. I was thrilled, but when I told Mom and Dad, they just rolled their eyes. Oh, God. Poets make pennies. Just take up fashion designing or something else. Why do you always have to be so difficult? But Mom, it's my passion. Some passion that won't pay the bills. Fine. If you want to waste your time, just remember, we won't have anything to do with you. You will not get a dime from us. As if I needed you guys. I don't need anything from you. Freya, I have always supported you. But this is madness. As a hobby, it's fine. But going to another country for, of all things, poetry? What will people say? Daughter of the richest man in England is a street-performing poet? Oh, I didn't care what Mom had to say. But Grandma? I couldn't believe she'd taken their side. It was at that moment I just snapped. You too? Why am I surprised, huh? First, you gave the bracelet you promised me to Olivia. Now you want me to crush my dreams and be my parents' slave? I can't believe this. I have made my decision, and I'm not turning back. I had to leave school in a week, and no one was talking to me. But the night before my flight, Olivia came to my room and looked a little worried. I know I haven't been the best sister, but please don't go. Ever since I've been cursed, I can't seem to concentrate, and Mom and Dad are always angry at me. Cursed? Gosh, was she still hung up on that? Olivia, I can't live here. And you're not cursed or jinxed. I was the one who threw Grandma's bracelet away. What? How could you? Do you even know how much it affected me? The guilt of losing something so cherished by Grandma? I was just so jealous. I wanted you to lose. I didn't think it through. I am so sorry. I want to be better. Oh, shut up. You think you're so above us all. But the truth is, you're pathetic. Olivia, I knew what I did was terrible. She was right to hate me. So I packed my bags and quietly left for my new school. At the new school, John was 2 years my senior, and we went right back to where we left off. We even started dating. But in his last year, he had less and less time to spend with me. When his graduation came closer, we broke up. I have to move back to England. Mom and Dad need me to step up and handle the business. So, I guess... It's goodbye? I guess so. I'll really miss you, but I know you'll do great. It was so painful to see him go, so I unfollowed him from all my accounts and poured myself into my poetry. When I graduated, I was determined to make it big. I released a book of my poetry while I was waitressing at a nice restaurant. I was so happy to be in LA and even brought Grandma to live with me. I had visited once on Christmas and we patched things up, and she realized how serious I was about being a poet. One day when I was at work, a blast from the past visited the restaurant. John, what are you doing here?
Freya, this is crazy. You stayed here after graduating? I never knew that.
Yeah, I think this city suits me.
It sure does.
After my shift ended, we sat and talked for hours. I even showed him my poetry book. He loved it and told me he could talk to some producers in LA and get me into the industry.
There's a famous singer looking to open this weekend. You can perhaps open for her with your spoken word and poetry. Your words? Kid, they got soul. Here you go, an advance payment check. All the best.
Outside the producer's office, I ran up to John and hugged him tight. I'm so sorry, I got carried away.
No worries, I loved it.
Saying that, he leaned in and kissed me, and I felt my heart somersault. A few days before the show, I got the most unexpected text ever from Olivia. Mom and Dad are driving me crazy. I want to meet you, sister. I'm in LA. Let's catch up. Olivia hadn't spoken to me since our fight, and even when I went to visit my family on holidays, she ignored me. Hearing from her was great. I invited her to the restaurant the very next day. I also called John and he was on his way. I really wanted him to meet my sister. I'm so happy you're here. Me too. So tell me, how did you get that show opening gig? I saw on Instagram that you're opening for a famous singer. How the heck did you pull that off? Huh? Oh, so that's what you think of me. Duh. Mom saw the post first and was somewhat happy. And it made me so angry. I learned some time ago from a friend that you were a waitress, so I just wanted to take some pics in this tacky outfit of yours and show it to Mom. Now I'll be her favorite again. Olivia, you are pathetic. I wanted to kick Olivia out of the restaurant, but right then John walked in and seeing us both, he looked shocked.
Olivia, what are you doing here?
My heart nearly stopped. John knew Olivia? But how? Oh, so you're playing for the other side now? Dating Dad's business rival's son? That's low. He is the one who beat me in that stupid chess game.
Freya, what is this? Olivia's your sister? You're the daughter of a business tycoon and work as a waitress? And that performing on the streets thing? Were you trying to make a fool of me the entire time?
Ah, this is amazing. Sister, you are successful and very cunning. You bagged a rich boyfriend to pay your bills. And I know his parents are into the music business too. Did they pull the strings and get you that opening act? And I thought you wanted to make it big on your own. But still, I'm gonna come and see the show to laugh at how royally you'll fail. Shut up, Olivia.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. You betrayed me, Freya. Why?
John, listen to me. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you the entire truth.
That's called betrayal.
Saying that, he left. That night, I cried my heart out to Grandma. I was heartbroken. I figured John would have my opening canceled at the show, but he didn't. So I decided to quit myself and return the payment check to the producer. When I got to the venue, I went straight to the producer. I'm sorry, I can't...
She can't wait to go on, right, Freya?
John was here, with Grandma. What are you doing?
Your grandma contacted me and explained everything. Freya, I realize you never lied to me. It was just me assuming things. I've known you for quite some time, and I know how hard you work. You deserve this. You deserve to do what you love.
You really think so?
I believe so, but we're in a hurry now. I saw your sister in the audience with your parents. I believe she's here to see you fail. So go on and show everyone how good you are.
And I did. When I was done, I even got a standing ovation. I was so happy, and seeing John backstage, I rushed and brought him on stage. Let's do it like old times. You and me together. My words, your voice.
Yeah, let's do it.
It went amazingly well. When the show ended, Olivia and my parents found me. Olivia's face was red, and she couldn't even look me in the eye.
I still think this whole poetry thing is a waste of time, but you do seem to be quite good at it. Your sister is such a failure, but we are proud of you.
Thanks, but I don't need your approval. I do what I love to do. Olivia, you are not a failure. You are a beautiful, independent woman. Always remember that. Stop being Mom and Dad's puppet. Do whatever you love, whatever makes you happy. Saying that, I held John's hand and walked away, as Olivia and Grandma both smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. That was the day I felt so proud of myself for every single decision I had ever made, from cutting off people to changing my priorities.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty, like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now, but when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, "Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted." Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. "Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different." Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the 1st and 2nd grade, but it's when I got to the 3rd grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, "Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you." "Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks?" Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. You wish! And went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. You're just useless, Sarah! I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just stay in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap. I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. Your sisters are lost because of you! Oh, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already. Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park. But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. I wish I'd never given birth to you. Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, Sierra, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy. I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired. But you didn't even interview me. There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something. But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters. Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave. What a total jerk. I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, Oh, they're prettier. Not fair. And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them, and it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye. Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people, and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser. Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. "Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you." I just lost it and started yelling at her. "Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life." She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, "Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you." I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? You have the opportunity to be part of My Story Animated family and help tell people stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless? I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. "Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated." The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her. "You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again." I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, "Don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you?" "Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying." I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama." She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. "It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do." Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Portland. Please like and subscribe. I didn't know anything about my parents, except what the warden at the orphanage always told me. She said she found me on the doorstep one night with a note. "This is our 12th daughter, and she's a weak little thing. Take good care of her because we don't wanna." Growing up, I felt angry that my parents had abandoned me because I was weak. And so I decided I'd be the strongest girl ever. I loved running and swimming and could easily beat the older girls. And I was scared of no one. This made me a natural leader at the orphanage. If anyone had a problem, they'd come to me, especially if it involved bullies. There was a reason everyone called me Miss President around here. Well, that's because I told them to, but I'd earned my title. Like once when I was 13, I was about to join the queue outside the bathroom for taking showers when I saw this mean girl kicking others and pushing her way through. I ran forward and jumped on her. "This is your last warning, you weasel. If I see you bullying anyone again, you'll wish you'd never been born." All the girls started cheering and chanting, "Valerie, Valerie, Valerie." I looked up and stared at them, and they immediately switched to, "Miss President, Miss President." Just then a girl came running and told me the warden had called me, and the warden told me to pack my stuff because I'd been adopted by a really big politician. Her manager was here to take me. Wow, this girl looks so strong and confident. She's perfect. "Come, baby. Your brand new mommy can't wait to meet you." Please don't call me baby. My friends and enemies call me Miss President. I was glad to finally get a family, but the girls were really sad to see me go. Then I saw the manager had come for me on a freaking helicopter. It soon landed in the grounds of a huge mansion. I was led to a dining room, and sitting there was a gray-haired old lady with a strict face. Seriously? My brand new mommy looked like an ancient tortoise. And she didn't even look happy to see me. She barely spoke a word, and anytime I slurped my soup or dropped a fork, she glared at me. When I jumped off my seat to leave, she banged her fist on the table. "Enough of your bad manners. You can't just leave without asking to be excused." Okay. Excuse me, I'm going. Sit down. I'm not done eating yet, but I need to go. Why? Because I feel a fart coming. The old lady spat out her food. "Were you raised by gorillas? That's such a disgusting word. So unladylike. Don't ever use it again. Next time, say the noise that comes from behind." I burst out laughing, but she was serious. Okay, a noise is about to come from behind. So if you don't want to hear it, I gotta go. And with that, I ran. This old woman was whack. As I was running down the hall, I suddenly bumped straight into someone. I looked up to see a lady with the sweetest face. "You must be Valerie." "Oh, I'm so happy you're here, darling." She pulled me into a hug, and it made me feel all warm inside. As she walked me to my room, she told me her name was Amelia, and the old lady was her mother. "She's the one who adopted you, but I've always wanted a daughter too. You can call me Mom if you want to, whenever." I almost wanted to, but I needed to trust her a little more. My room was 5 times bigger than the shared one at the orphanage, and I squealed happily as I looked through the closets. Now this was a wardrobe fit for Miss President. Later that evening, I was asked to dress up and go downstairs to the old lady, and I was surprised to see her surrounded by reporters, and she was smiling at me. "Ah, here she is, my lovely new granddaughter. God has blessed me with so much, and I wanted to pay it forward. That's why I've adopted Valerie. I hope this sets an example for everyone to open their hearts like I have." Then she started smothering my face with wet kisses. Ugh, so gross. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was a fake. I didn't like her one bit, but thank God I had Amelia. I loved spending time with her, and soon enough, she got me enrolled in a fancy school. On the first day, I walked into the classroom to a rather shocking sight. Everyone was gathered by the window as a blonde girl was throwing out laptops. They all clapped each time one hit the ground. "Whoa, what are you doing?" They all turned around to stare at me.
"Destroying my MacBooks because Daddy said he'd buy me the latest one if the old ones don't work." "Who are you, an investigative journalist?"
"I'm the new girl, Valerie, but you can call me Miss President." She stared at me like I was crazy, then started laughing.
I know why you look familiar. I saw your interview with that old crow who adopted you. Daddy knows her, and let me tell you, she didn't adopt you because she wants to love you. It's only to make her look good in front of people."
That wasn't a shock, but it still hurt to hear her say it in front of everyone. Ugh, I know that. I only agreed because I get to live like a princess. Who cares about love? And of course I make her look good. I mean, look at me. You're really lucky you have a family because, trust me, no one would ever choose you from an orphanage. The girl looked livid, but the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I found out the mean girl's name was Julie, and she kept giving me nasty looks all day. Julie was one of the most popular girls, but it wasn't because she had any amazing qualities. She was just a big bully, and the other kids feared her. A few days later, she walked into the cafeteria and climbed onto a table. Hey guys, great news! Your favorite gal Julie has modeled in her first campaign. Yay! So everyone come and get my autographs now. She sat down while her minions distributed her photographs, and everyone lined up to get them signed by her, except me. Valerie, I don't have all day. Why would I want your autograph? I'm not a fan. Oh, you poor orphan. I understand why you're jealous. I'm prettier, more popular, richer. You're not richer. Yeah, I googled your family. Mine's definitely richer than yours. And suddenly, Julie lost it. She took out a thick bundle of her $100 bills from her bag and started tearing them up. Want to see how rich I am? I can just tear up money and not even care. Hey, don't do that. You could give it to someone poor. Just stop it, you brat. With that, I pounced on her. We ended up in a huge fight that landed us both in detention. But it was totally worth the slaps I'd given her. A few days later, we had a field trip by a lake, and suddenly we heard someone screaming. One of the girls was in the lake, struggling to stay afloat. Without a second thought, I jumped in and got her out of there safely in minutes. Oh my God, I slipped into the water and I can't swim. You saved my life, Valerie. By the time we got back to school, the news had reached the principal and she praised me. She even called fake grandma to tell her I'd be getting a medal for bravery. And when I got home, fake grandma hugged me like I was her favorite person. Oh, Valerie, how lucky that girl fell in the lake. You and I will do a lovely photo shoot once you get your medal and some interviews. Let's hope more kids at school keep having accidents so you can keep playing the hero. She was such a selfish toad. But I stayed quiet because all I cared about was being close to Amelia. She hugged me tight and said she was so proud of me for being brave. The next day at school, I was walking down the hallway and I saw Julie showing everyone her photo shoot. But as soon as the girls spotted me, they all came running. Before I knew it, a huge crowd was gathered and some girls had lifted me on their shoulders. All hail our school hero! 3 cheers for Valerie! Hip hip hooray! Could you change that to Miss President? 3 cheers for Miss President! Hip hip hooray! And just like that, I'd replaced Julie as the most popular girl in school. I was soon selected as the school's swim team captain. And when I led our team to victory in the Nationals, I received a celebrity's welcome. All this was driving Julie crazy. But the last straw was when she saw my picture was selected for the school's magazine cover. She walked over to me at lunch with a copy, threw it down, and started jumping on it. This is ridiculous. You, an orphan from nowhere, is the face of our school now? I'm a model! I didn't put my face on that magazine, Julie. The people have spoken. The people are morons. I don't know what they see in you, witch. She leapt forward to attack me, but suddenly the others held her back. You think we're morons? Thanks for clearing that up, Julie. You're a jerk, and we've never liked you. We've had enough. They picked her up and threw her in the large garbage bin outside. It was epic. But when I got home, my mood quickly turned sour when I found fake grandma shouting at Amelia. Why did you tell my cook that she could take a week off, and you gave her money without my permission? Mama, she's worked with us since forever, and she's really sick. She's probably lying. Even the servants know you're a stupid, weak fool who'll believe their fake stories. I'd heard enough. Stop shouting at Mom. Being kind isn't a weakness, and you're such a hypocrite. You pretend to be nice for the cameras, but you don't care about anyone. How dare you talk to me like this? Have you forgotten where you came from? I can send you packing this minute. But you won't, because you need me to win the elections. Yeah, I know your polls have gone up since I arrived. If you misbehave with Mom again, I'll stop doing all the shoots and interviews. You got me? Fake grandma looked like she was about to explode, but she stormed off. Amelia sat down and I wiped her tears. I'm so sorry she treats you this way. Please don't cry. Oh, Valerie, that's not why I'm crying. I'm just so touched that you stood up for me and you called me Mom. And I realized I finally had. I've wanted to since the first day. You are my mom, and I'm so lucky. A few weeks later, fake grandma had planned a huge party for some important guests. I knew she just wanted to parade me around as her charity case, but I didn't care. I'd never been to a party, so I was looking forward to it. I managed to escape her for a while, and as I was eating in a corner, a boy approached me. Valerie, right? Been seeing your face all over the news lately, and I gotta say, it's a really pretty one. I was gonna tell him to buzz off when suddenly I spotted Julie and her dad among the guests, and she was glaring at me with murder in her eyes. Maybe she liked this boy. So I pulled him close and kissed him. When we broke apart, Julie had marched over to us. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Your boyfriend? He didn't mention you when he was flirting with me. And he really enjoyed that kiss. You should kick his butt, Julie. I'm gonna kill you! And she jumped on me. But I was much stronger, and I had her pinned on the ground in seconds. Daddy! Help! Her dad completely lost it when he saw us. He started screaming at fake grandma that he was pulling out all his money and support from her campaign. He stormed off with Julie, and the old woman grabbed my arm and dragged me to the other room. What have you done? Why must you always act like a savage from some jungle? If Julie's dad doesn't support me, I'm ruined. Go beg him for forgiveness. Fix this. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I have my pride. You'll do it, or you'll leave my house immediately. Then I'll leave your house immediately. And I'm going with Valerie. I'm not living here without her. You want to run after this filthy orphan? Fine. But you won't ever get a single penny from me, you hear? And don't you ever show your face here again. Don't worry, Mama. I won't. Enjoy your house and your money. Mom and I packed our bags and left for good. I'm so happy you came, Mom, but I'm sorry you're poor now because of me. Oh, Valerie, we aren't poor. I've been saving for years. We're not as rich as Mama, but we'll be very comfortable. I stared at her in shock. I don't understand. If you had money, why didn't you leave that awful place before? Sweetheart, she's bullied me since I was a kid. I was always afraid of her and could never stand up for myself. But you, Valerie, you just amaze me. You're the bravest person I've ever met. My life changed the day you came into it, and I'm stronger now because of you. I flung my arms around her, and I'm so much happier now because of you. I love you, Mom.
Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends. But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection, and I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass. You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look. I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon. Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do. The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me. Oh, you're so pretty. Like a fresh lily. Just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks.
That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please.
The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school.
Ew. Please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress.
I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know, Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato, potato. Anyway, you know, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me.
You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor. Let's start.
Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes.
Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science.
Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max.
OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains.
Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years.
You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia?
Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something, but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me, and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue.
Let her go, you moron.
Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up.
Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic.
With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth.
Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here, we'll soon be out and you'll be free.
Okay, I'm fine.
Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster. That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water. Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized a million times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke.
Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India? And she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either gonna be very rich or very famous.
As if.
Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said?
Logically, yes, I do. How can crushed wet leaves predict your future?
They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is...
I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here.
You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are.
Why do you hate me so much?
Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us.
All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand.
There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo.
You're so unreasonable. An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side. What is your deal? She hit me first. You insulted her. She called me a weirdo. I thought you didn't care about what people said. I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right. That's not true. Tell yourself that. Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile, at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out.
My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP.
Sounds great. Thanks, Mia.
Of course, darling. What are friends for?
The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation when I saw she was having a party. I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me. I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine. I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful. And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them. I trusted you. We were friends. And I did you a favor as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady.
She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave. Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are. And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it. So you're just gonna let this go? Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them. Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me. Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help. And your macaroni necklace too. Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone-tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion.
Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here.
The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff? Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile.
Hey, wanna go play in my room?
Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup.